chance to go home and have good lunch, because a lot of times we're here with 45 minutes or half hour. So we will do the Board of Supervisors and the reports at the end of the board meeting today, and before we get to redevelopment, I think is where we'll do it, because we're going to adjourn the board before we get to redevelopment. Okay, so now we're going to take up item 24. This is the annual ritual we go through in terms of talking about and hopefully approving or not approving the budget for Carson City for the next fiscal year. Just one thing, we're on item 24, we're going to take the Carson City tentative budget first, and then we're going to pick up the capital improvement program. And I think, somehow it got rearranged in order through Granicus here, but really it makes more sense to do the budget, and then we'll see what's available for the CIP stuff. I got it. Okay, so are we ready to go? Everybody understand where we are?
Got it.
Got it. All right, take us through 24 Bravo, the budget.
Thank you very much,
Ms. Russell,
Mr. Mayor.
go for it.
Thank you very much,
All right.
Mr. Mayor. Sherry Russell, Chief Financial Officer for the record. So we're going to be going over the proposed 2020 tentative budget. First, I want to take a moment and thank the finance staff. It has been a tough year with legislature and this ERP system and a busy time already, the budget. We're treading water, and I think we're about to swim. I think we made it. So I really want to thank everybody. Ana Jimenez is here in the audience. She worked on the budget. Pam Ganger was my right-hand person with the budget, and then Jamie Stevenson also, who wasn't able to be here.
Well, I know you're
She was amazing as
I know
well.
you're cranking out fiscal notes, but and you're
Yes.
probably in your sleep.
Yes, in my sleep, dreaming about legislation. It's fun. So, and then of course the office staff too. If they don't do their job, we're busy working with them. So it's nice to have a team that just helps us out. So the tentative budget that we're talking about today was already filed with the state on April 15th. So today we're going to go through what we filed real quick, and then we'll talk about some supplemental requests and capital that we'll add to that budget. Pam is going to talk about the proprietary funds, which is enterprise and internal service. So with that, let's get going.
All right.
So I've got two funds here right off the bat, which combine all of the city's revenues and expenses. We don't typically do this. Typically the business type and the governmental type are separated, but these two slides just bulk everything together. The revenue was a total $172 million, not including transfers. So obviously the biggest piece is that purple piece, the intergovernmental revenues, which is consolidated taxes. Those are our sales taxes primarily. And that's $32.3 million makes up that big piece of the pie. The charges for services are broken into three categories. Those are our enterprise funds, so sewer, water, stormwater. Charges for services, there's internal service charges, which is workers' comp, insurance, fleet, and then other charges for services, which is our landfill revenue, all of the parks and rec revenue. So those are three, if put together, would be much larger, but we separate them into three pieces. And then property tax revenues, 15.4%. That's about $29.1 million for 2020 is what we're budgeting. Just because it's kind of a hot topic right now, licenses and permits include, we're including a 3% increase in that revenue to $875,000 for fiscal year 20. Expenses, we have a total of $176 million in expenses citywide. Obviously, the biggest piece of this puzzle is the public safety. That's $42.9 million. That includes fire, sheriff, juvenile probation and detention, alternative sentencing, and the 911 surcharge fund. And then there's some grants in there as well. Then there is, the second biggest piece is general government at 21.4. That includes all the city hall departments. So my department, HR, the DA's office, court clerk, HR. This next slide is just the numbers that go along with those charts. If you're a numbers person, it's posted online. We're gonna skip that because it's too small anyway. So now I'm going to talk about the general fund a little bit. This is our operating fund. So this is one of the only fund in our group of funds that doesn't have 100% restriction on the revenue. So we do spend a little bit of time on this fund. We have C-Tax at 40.4% of the total fund revenues. That's the biggest piece of the pie. It was on the other one, so that makes sense. We're projecting a 2.5% increase on C-Tax. That's because of the upcoming, we're projecting that there might be a downturn in the economy. So we're just trying to be rather safe than sorry. So, and then we got property taxes at 31.4%. We're projecting a 4.5% increase on that. And I'll go into a little more detail on those revenues in just a moment. Charges for services increased 3.5%, and that's the cost allocation plan basically increased by that. That's the biggest piece of that. And the rest of the revenues went up by 1 to 2%, very minimally. So the next slide shows the breakout historically of all of these revenues, and you can see the dark green and the gold color. Those are the property taxes and C-taxes, and they're by far the largest revenues that we receive citywide. And they're very consistent from year to year. So this slide goes into a little bit on the property tax cap. It increased last year. The tax cap for commercial was 4.2%. This year it's 4.8%, and then residential is 3%. C-Tax with 7 months of data. As of January 2019, they're coming in at 7.4%. We're projecting for 6.6% increase. And then, like I said, for 20, it'll be 2.5. And so I'm going to spend a little extra time on property taxes here. So this is the property tax rate that we charge over time, lovingly referred to as our cigarette slide. So you can see in fiscal year 13, there was a big jump. This was the height of the recession when the city was really, really struggling, and we increased it to the max rate. The very next year, we eliminated the Sierra Forest Fire Protection District, so 10 cents was eliminated from our tax rate. And then from there, it's been fairly consistent. The board did approve our recommendation of leaving it at 3.57 for 2020 back in February.
Yeah, jump in.
Oh, yes, please, ask
This is
questions
one where
whenever.
all of us jump in, you don't have to ask me.
Yeah.
What district is left? Are you just showing the district because it was there? Are there any funds going to a district?
Well, you can see there's a school district. And
No, I'm talking
I
about the
believe there's
last
the Eagle
district.
Valley, there's the Eagle Valley Water District.
So it's Eagle Valley
Yeah,
Water District?
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the district that's left.
Pretty sure?
Yes.
Wouldn't the CFO be really sure?
I know, I should be really sure, huh?
Okay, it's good. Thank you.
Isn't it just the,
I think
isn't
it's
it
the
just Eagle Valley?
sub-conservancy.
Oh, and the sub-conservancy.
Yeah, yeah.
And
The Eagle
sub-conservancy.
Valley's a,
It wasn't a test. Don't worry.
It's a district.
Thank you.
You just breathe some fire back on it.
He's
That's
testing
okay.
me, it's all right, it's all right. You gotta test me occasionally.
Sherry,
I'll
can
get
you go
lazy
back
if you
2
don't.
slides?
Yes,
Under licenses and permits. One more. Right
that
there.
one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Franchise fees estimated to be approximately equal to the amount originally budgeted. Does that include the additional 3% that we just increased on the waste management contract?
Yes. So we only increased the waste management revenue. I think we only increased it by 2%.
3%.
But it should, well,
Just
yeah,
3%. It went
that's,
from 5 to 8.
okay. All right, we can do that for the final budget. I can make sure it's 3%
I
increase.
just want to understand the number.
Yeah,
So the total revenue may have only gone up by 2% through that 3% increase. What I'm trying to determine is, is that budgeted in there, the additional 3% franchise fee for waste management?
no, I didn't put a separate line item in for waste management. It would just be the 5% increased by whatever I thought next year would be. So I'm sure I only increased it 1 or 2%.
Guess I didn't
And
understand
we
that.
need the line item to put it to
Right.
to roads, to take that increase.
Yeah, and I did
specifically-
talk, yes, I know what you're talking about. I did talk to Public Works about this, and we were gonna wait and do an augmentation in December to see what revenue actually comes in. Because at this point, it'd be, I guess, a kind of wag, whereas we'd rather have a couple months of revenue to go off of. And I guess that 3% isn't supposed to start till October?
July.
It would start July 1st.
It's starting July 1st? Okay. Well, by December, we'd have then 4 or 5 months to go off of to make that estimate. So we'll put it in the budget later.
Just so I can clarify, you'll bring the revenue and the expense in?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. So this next slide shows us the countywide tax rates for the entire state of Nevada. And as you can see, we're one of the lowest tax rates. Interestingly enough, this slide did not change at all from last year. These are just proposed because the red book and the final budgets haven't come out yet, so they could potentially change.
Just on this slide. Are these all tax rates, including GIDs and any overlapping districts?
Yes, because the max rate is 3.66 that we can charge in the state. So this includes
Well,
everything.
yeah, I'm just looking at Clark. I'm surprised that Clark's only 340.
It's everything.
I know.
That's their highest rate. So this slide shows you the assessed valuation and what's happened over time. The orange line is the actual revenue number that we're collecting. So although property tax values were decreasing from fiscal year 10 to 14, the revenues continued to increase, and that's due to fiscal year 13, that big bump that we gave ourselves to help us carry us through the recession. As property values increase, because the revenue is capped, I expect that green line to match that orange line. You can see they're getting closer. So assessed value is going up 6.7% this year, and as I told you, we're only increasing revenue 4.5, so eventually I suspect they'll match. Probably assessed value will exceed it at some point. All right, so next I'll go into some C-tax or sales tax information. So this is the taxable sales. Our largest factor is the vehicle sales. That's a dark green portion of this slide. The other one that's changing or increasing quite a bit is the building materials. But this is a good, nice slope upwards, which we like to see. The next slide is our consolidated tax history. This is the actual tax we're collecting. It follows the slope of the taxable sales, which also kind of has to happen. The slide makes us look amazing. However, C-tax dropped 9.3 million from fiscal year 6 to 10, so it doesn't show the volatility of the C-tax. The only reason we survived that recession is we had 22% general fund balance before going into that recession. So I wanted to put that out there because for the public, because it really does look like we're doing amazing, and we want to prepare for worse times. For 17 and 18, we had an increase of 8%, and as I said before, we're looking at a 2.5% increase for fiscal year 20. All right, so now that's all I had for revenues, unless you have any other questions on revenues. Expenditures, by far the biggest expenditure is public safety at 47.8% of general fund expenditures. And then the general government is 24.3%, the second biggest piece of the pie. General fund expenditures for 2020 are relatively flat when compared to 19. We're showing a slight decrease of 0.3% for a total expenditure of $72.7 million in the general fund. So this is, again, like we did with revenue, the historical expenses. Public safety and general government are the two green portions of that, obviously very consistent over the many, many years. Nope. So this slide shows just the breakout of how our expenses fall out. And so salaries and benefits is 76%, which we're a service organization, so that's about the same every single year. The city currently maintains 10 separate employee agreements, and the budget is prepared in accordance with those agreements. I did add, a couple of you asked me to add the number of employees on the top of this slide, so I did add it. It was not in the Granicus information, but we got that up there for you. So this shows the number of general fund FTEs over the last 10 years. In 2010, we had 450 employees, and as of this current budget, we have 440. We haven't added any employees to the tentative budget. All of those will be added in supplementals. Each year, we've had minor increases since 2011, when we dropped significantly.
The 440 is the tentative budget,
Yes.
then we would add from the supplemental, just so the.
If they're approved in the supplemental, we'll be adding them.
Tentative budget only.
That is tentative budget only, yes. Public safety does make up 50% of these employees. And citywide, I wanted to say that prior to the recession, we had 634 employees. Currently, we have 597. These weren't through layoffs or anything. It's just through normal attrition, retirements, and we just didn't refill the positions. So general fund operating revenues and expenses, the orange line is the revenues, green is the expenses. This just shows you that we're doing good because we're budgeting more revenue than expense. The difference in those numbers goes to capital improvements, extraordinary maintenance, debt service, or an increase in fund balance reserves each year. And this is a snapshot of what our tentative budget looks like. So we always increase or put in the audited 2018 actual numbers. Then we've got the estimated 19 and then the budgeted 20. In 19, there's about 1.1 million of restricted money that most likely will end up rolling forward into 20 if it's not spent in 19. We budgeted 150,000 to get us through the rest of this year for contingency, and then next year 400,000. And then two numbers I want you to look at are the supplemental requests, 1.423,100. That's what the tentative budget's proposing. And then the capital number is 7,768,000, and that would go to three different funds, the extraordinary maintenance, or two different funds, extraordinary maintenance and capital improvements. So so you'll see those when we go through the capital. But those are the numbers that tie to what we're requesting. Okay. And we did prepare the budget in accordance with the financial policies, making sure we got over that 8.3% minimum that was set. You can see in 19, we have 13.72%, and then in 20, we are using down to 8.31, so we're using what we can. This is a long-term analysis. We always do a 5-year projection to make sure what we're doing this year doesn't affect future years. We were pretty conservative with these 4 years as far as revenues. We kept a 2.5 for fiscal year 20 and 21, and then we have 3.5 for fiscal year 20, and for CTAX, 20 to 24. Property taxes, we have 4.5 across the board, and then 0 to 3% for all other revenues. You can see there's contingency each year. And then the supplemental requests kind of pile on top of each other because that usually adds to your base budget. So each year, those increase, and there's a little extra supplemental on each one too. And then I kind of have the capital as the fallout. So that's what the difference is to get us to that 8.3 minimum. If we want to increase the ending fund balance, we just have to spend less on supplemental or capital to increase that number. Okay, so next I'm going to go through special revenue and capital project funds. Special revenue is all restricted revenue, but either by NRS or grant. And then capital is just what it sounds like, it's capital spending. Go ahead. So this is our capital projects. 7.1 million is going to transfer in from capital projects. We'll talk about this a lot more in the next item, so I wasn't planning on going through it too much, other than to say it doesn't look like we'll be able to issue more debt here until 2027. The infrastructure fund.
I'm sorry, could I
Yes.
interrupt? And would you repeat that and explain why?
Yes, so
For
the
our
CIP
viewers,
fund.
if there are any.
Sure. So in the CIP fund, we just issued medium-term debt in 2017, and the medium term is a 10-year bond. So there's only a 5-cent tax that comes out of that fund. It gives us about $700,000 right now. And so that debt being paid out of there is about half of that. So half of it we spend on capital and half of it goes to the debt payment. The infrastructure fund, this what paid for basically the MAC, the animal shelter, various corridor improvements. You can see in 19 there's a $3.5 million number. About $1.5 million of that went to finishing the downtown, I think it was the Curry project, and then the South Carson Street project will be the remainder of 19, and then everything in 20 for capital there. Additional debt is expected to be issued in this fund in the next couple of years. It was always planned that way to help with the corridor projects. Quality of Life Fund. I assumed a 2.5% increase here because it's based on sales taxes, so it matches the rest of the sales taxes. The large debt figure in the middle at the bottom there is from the MAC. That was by far the largest project we've done in this fund. So we're working on paying that off. Final payment isn't due on that until 2030. We have a little bit of capital here. We can talk about that more in the capital presentation. And then we have $120,000 that goes to the Boys and Girls Club. Regional transportation. This is a big fund right now. It's got a lot of money. Basically due to that South Corridor project. We had $5 million funding from NDOT that is in 19. And then as we spend it, there's $7.5 million in Tiger grant that we'll be receiving. So fuel taxes, I went up 3%. So it's $4 million that we're expecting in that fund. Debt service is $1.6 million. And the way that we wrapped all those 3 bonds up, we won't be able to issue any there until 2028. The street maintenance fund, this strictly does maintenance, so they don't do a lot of capital projects in here. The 815 is for equipment needs. However, the services and supplies of 2.7 million is where you're gonna find your long line striping and your street repair and your slurry seal and all those items to fix expenses. This one is also based on both sales and fuel taxes, so it's 2.5%. And then 3.5% is, or 3%. And then the last fund I wanted to talk about was the debt service fund. And this one, not a lot's happened, so we have 8.5 million in debt service. It looks like we could potentially issue more C-tax bonds on this in 2023. Our debt service drops by almost $1 million. So that is a potential. I'm going to turn it over to Pam.
So Sherry,
Yes.
that bond would be to complete the North Carson and William Street corridors, correct?
I think they're thinking the infrastructure sales tax bond would be for that. This would be,
So that's not included in this?
no.
Okay.
Oh, and I'll remind you real quick before I give Pam the mic. The special board meeting to accept the final budget will be May 20th at 8 o'clock. I got to catch a flight, so it'll be at 8 a.m. All right. And then June 1st, of course, they adopt the final budget.
Only because Sherry's worked so hard. We'll do 8 o'clock.
Right, Terry? Where's the start slideshow? No. Oh, here it is. Sorry. Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Sherry. Good afternoon, I'm Pam Ganger. I'm the Deputy CFO, and I'll be presenting an overview of the proposed fiscal year 2020 Enterprise and Internal Service Fund tentative budgets. The enterprise funds are used to account for operations that are financed and operated in a manner similar to private businesses. We have 6 of those funds, and I'll be talking about the utility funds, the ambulance, the building permit funds, and I won't cover any capital spending really because Sherry's going to cover that in her presentation. This is the statement from the chairperson of the Utility Finance Oversight Committee, or the UFOC, regarding the recommendation of the fiscal year 2020 tentative utility budgets. I'll read the statement into the record. And then if there are any questions, Member Scott's in the audience to answer any questions. Draft budgets for the wastewater, water, and stormwater funds were presented at the March 26, 2019 Utility Finance Oversight Committee meeting. The UFOC unanimously approved each draft budget as being in substantial compliance with adopted financial policies and recommended approval to the Board of Supervisors. In particular, it was noted that the city has made great progress in achieving the goal of complying with the adopted financial policies. However, program needs often exceed available funding, and continued interest and support by the Board of Supervisors is needed. All right, no questions, then we'll move on.
Happy day, Pam. No questions.
All right.
If there is, we'll jump in on them.
All right. We typically have some adjustments to the tentative budgets between the UFOC meeting and the Board of Supervisor meeting due to just updates and changes in estimates and personnel. This slide reviews those adjustments. In the wastewater, formerly the sewer fund, and the water fund, we had adjustments to salaries and wages for annual promotions in fiscal year 20, a reallocation of a .10 FTE full-time employee, which should have been a supplemental request and not included in the budget yet. And in the water fund in fiscal 19, a new employee who was inadvertently excluded from original payroll estimates. That position was hadn't been filled for quite some time, and it was filled in March, but it was just inadvertently excluded from the initial projection. In employee benefits, the group health insurance rates changed for all of the funds citywide, as you know today. Our initial estimates anticipated a 10% increase in the rates. However, currently there's no anticipated rate. So we adjusted all of the insurance costs downward. In the wastewater fund, services and supplies category, fleet and internal service charges decreased $307,000 due to an input error, which was discovered but not in time for changes to the UFOC numbers. So as a result of that correction, we increased the capital spending $299,000. And with various adjustments here, we're still in compliance with the fiscal policies. Those are all the changes to the utility fund budgets between the UFOC meeting and today. So starting with the wastewater, formerly the sewer fund budget, in revenue, we projected an overall decrease in charges for services just because we don't budget generally for refunds and reimbursements. But Otherwise, the charges for services remain flat across the board because we don't have any rate increase. But there's a current rate study in progress, as you know, for all of the utility funds. Fiscal 2020 is year,
Question there.
sure.
Well, I recognize you're budgeting it flat, but don't we have more users coming online with all the building permits and all this? I'm just saying, are you just going to wait to augment it? But we do have growth in residences. Don't they flush their toilets? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, theoretically, we hope it goes up, absolutely. And we'll augment if it does, we'll give them more money if it does. We just, again, we're
You just keep it
preparing
flat.
for the worst and planning, hoping for the best. So if more money comes in, we'll absolutely add it.
And just augment it
Yep, augment it later.
to an undesignated line or something.
Well, yeah, our capital, wherever they need it, yeah.
Okay.
Right. Thanks, Sherry. This is fiscal 2020 is year 4 of 5 of the phase-in of the connection fee increase. Connection fees, we never know what kind of growth we're going to get. So this is an average over the last 5 years. The amount budgeted for fiscal 20 is low compared to what you see up there for 18 and 19, but that's because the last couple of years were pretty high. But otherwise, it's a 5-year average.
Yeah, and I know this is also very low. It is also very low, but there was a time when these fees were like $25,000.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
we're just being cautious.
Right, so if the revenue comes in, then we can augment the budget, so we like to be conservative here. The grant revenue, most of this is, most of the grant revenue in fiscal 19 is from generators, so we don't project to see that in fiscal 20. Salaries and benefits increased, which is typical. Services and supplies decreased a little bit. And the capital outlay plan for fiscal 2020 is a little over $3.7 million. The wastewater utility fund 2020 budget meets all of the city's adopted financial policy requirements. Based on industry standards, the operating reserve is 30 to 45 days minimum. Capital reserve goal is calculated at 2% of capital assets. The system reinvestment funding goal is equal to the annual depreciation. The debt to equity ratio goal is at least 50-50. And the debt service coverage ratio goal is 1.0 or above, and we meet all of these in this fund. So looking at the water utility fund, in revenue, we projected an overall decrease. Again, it's the same thing with the services. There's no rate increase, so we are projecting rates to be flat. You see there that revenue is going down a little bit. That's just due to hydrant services and meter box fees that are, we just don't project them to be very high. Sometimes they come in higher than expected. But otherwise, we're conservative about that. In the non-operating income, again, this is mostly investment income, which we budget conservatively, and, the cash is expected to be spent down. So investment income will, of course, then be lower than in the current year. Again, this is year 4 or 5 of the phase-in of the connection fees. Once again, it's a 5-year average. The last couple years are higher. We can augment the budget if we need to, but we're just being conservative in case the growth is not there. And then again, in fiscal 19, you see the grant revenue of $1.4 million, and that's just not there in 2019 because that's the generator grant that we received. Salaries and benefits, of course, increase over fiscal 19. And salaries and services and supplies also increase over fiscal 19. That's due to mostly internal service charges and repairs and maintenance costs increasing. Capital outlay plan for fiscal 20 is $3.247 million. And just a note about capital and debt, Last August, we issued in the water fund over $10 million in water refunding bonds. It was a crossover refunding, which just means that we received the money, but we haven't paid down that debt yet, and we'll be paying that down in the 2020. So that puts the water fund in a better position to more quickly meet all of our financial policies. So in November, as a stipulation that we use the savings from the refunding bond to finance water projects, we issued $7 million in water bonds to complete the final phase of the east-west transmission main. So with that, the water fund in 2020 meets all of the city's adopted financial policy requirements except for the debt to equity ratio. And although this ratio doesn't meet our financial policies, it is improved over prior years, and we expect it to continue to correct over the next few years as the debt is paid down. So on to the stormwater utility fund. In revenue, once again, is a 0% rate increase. The rate study does include all of the utility funds, so we're once again budgeting conservatively for the investment income as the revenue from the grant money gets spent down, the cash gets spent down, so we have less investment income. Salaries and benefits increase a little bit. Services and supplies increase a little bit. Our capital outlay plan for fiscal 2020 is $550,000. And in fiscal 18, we bonded for $4.87 million for stormwater projects, and that's primarily the large capital outlay that you see in fiscal 19. And $4.891 million. If it's not spent by the end of this fiscal year, then it'll roll forward into fiscal 2020 until the projects are complete. And regarding the financial policies for stormwater, you see the tall green bar, which kind of skews that whole presentation here, reflects the receipt of the $4.8 million stormwater bonds in 2018. The stormwater utility fund meets all of the city's adopted financial policy requirements except for the debt to equity ratio. Once again, although the ratio doesn't meet the city's financial policies, we expect it to correct over the next several years. Are there any other questions on the utility funds before I move forward?
Any more definitive estimate on each of those regarding the next several years?
I would say 5 years, 3 to 5 years, at least probably 5 years for the stormwater fund. I did a projection, but it's been a while since I looked at that, so I can't give you a hard estimate on that, but I'm guessing 5 years or less, hopefully. Okay. Moving to the ambulance fund, it's the fund that is used to account for the operations of the ambulance service provided by the Carson City Fire Department. Included in the ambulance charges for services revenue is payment from the state of Nevada Medicaid plan of approximately $1.3 million. Total projected charges for services has decreased a little bit from fiscal 19 due to projected increases in write-offs due to an increase in uninsured patients. So the total overall charges for services are projected to go down just a little bit. The subsidy from the general fund has decreased from $276,000 in fiscal 18 to $0 in fiscal 19 and 20. And the ambulance fund is transferring back some of the general fund prior subsidies amounting to more than $1.9 million, which is being used to pay for 2 fire trucks. Salaries and benefits increase a little bit, primarily due to merits and benefit increases, and services and supplies increase a little bit. Any questions on ambulance fund? Okay. And the building permits fund is used to account for revenues and expenses of the building permit program. The majority of the revenues and charges for services is building permit fees. A little bit comes from engineering fees and growth management fees. The budget for the building permit fees for fiscal 2020 is based on the average of the last 5 years. The last few years of this revenue have been very high, but we're once again budgeting conservatively. And we just don't know how many permits are going to be issued next year, so we use an average. The services and supplies, the amount budgeted for the Charles Abbott professional services is decreased in line with the building permit fees, which we can augment if we see the revenues exceeding projections in fiscal 2020. This slide shows,
That one?
sure.
In the, and again, in this fund, though, this slide is not including the proposed halftime fire inspector.
That's correct.
So the cash balance here is 373. I just want to, right,
Correct.
based on current, okay.
That's right.
Want to track with what we're doing.
And do you have the Charles Abbott number?
Do I have it? I don't. Sherry might have it there.
I'm just wondering what
We
that
can dig
is
through
in
it.
relationship to the 975.
It's 55%.
Because obviously there's other,
It's 55%. Yeah. Because that's about exactly what has been happening the last 3 years, is about 55%.
And the services and supplies line doesn't include only the Charles Abbott fees. So, for example, the internal service charges from the general fund increased in this fund this year by $118,000. So it's partially offset by that as well. And Sherry is looking for those Charles Abbott fees.
Oh, well, if you have the number. Okay, it's $525,259.
What was that again, please?
$525,259. It should be exactly 55% of what the two top revenues are. Because there are building and permit fees and the engineering fees.
Okay. So this slide here shows the overall increase over the past 10 years in the building permit revenues. So nothing's ever a straight line, but it's moving up, which is great. The 1.3 million is year-to-date as of April 5th. So. The internal service funds are used to account for the financing of goods and services provided by one department to other departments on a cost reimbursement basis. The city has 4 internal service funds, and I'll be discussing.
Sorry, Pam, can
Sure.
something that you just said hit
Okay.
me. So for the estimated 2019 in the building permit through April, we're at 1.3?
1.3 million year-to-date as of April 5th in the building permit fee revenue.
And do we have a lot of permits that are left that they can purchase? I thought they came in and bought a whole bunch of them to take off the remainder of their allowable permits. I just want to, if we don't hit the 1.7 million, then we don't have enough cash. Looking at your projections,
Yeah.
this is probably the only one I'm a little concerned the other
Yeah.
way.
I think those are just building permits, not the engineering fees and all the other things.
Right.
So that's just the one line item, the 1.3.
Oh,
So the engineering fees
the
and all the
total
other.
in charges for services
Yes.
year-to-date is actually
Right.
higher.
Right.
Oh, I was going to
Yes.
say, wait, you're giving me a panic now.
You know me, I'm pretty conservative.
Yeah, I was going to say, whoa, no, wait. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
sorry, this is.
That's okay, I heard it.
only- Yeah. Okay. All right, the internal service funds. So we'll be talking about group medical insurance and the workers' compensation funds today.
Is the fleet management fund, this is taxing my memory, is the fleet management fund include the radio component?
Yes, it
That's in
does.
the fleet management fund, correct?
is.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. The group medical insurance fund used to account for the funds collected from the city departments, employees, retirees to provide for health benefits, which include medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. The budget includes a $300,000 contribution to other post-employment benefits, the OPEB trust. The OPEB trust is being used to accumulate funds to cover the cost of retiree health benefits. So that's included in the services and supplies number. And then there's also an increase of $80,000 in projected retiree subsidy. Any questions on group medical?
We're okay, Pam.
All right. Workers' compensation fund, lastly, fiscal 2020 will be our 10th year of self-insurance. We budgeted for a 10% increase for fiscal 20 to maintain reserves for projected claims. And we have a 5% increase in workers' comp rates built into the budget. Claims are estimated at about $788,000 in fiscal 19 and $800,000 in fiscal 20. And that's all I have.
Yeah, and I think last I looked, the workers' comp claims are about 300,000 right now. So I'm hoping it won't come anywhere near that, not that amount that we budgeted. However, we have had a violation in that fund because something came in late, and so we always budget really high. But of course, if it's not used, it ends up in ending fund balance.
That's my question really is in, how do we determine what the right threshold in the workers' comp fund is there for the ending fund balance? Because that's directly proportional then to what we charge out to all the accounts, which gives us less to spend
Right.
in other areas.
So we try to keep a cash balance of close to $3 million, simply because if we have one heart-lung claim, we have a $2.5 million reserve
For one?
for one.
You mean you have a reserve or you have a cap? We have a cap.
That's the cash. So that's
Our cash out.
that's our cash out.
And then excess insurance. above
Excess
that
insurance would
covers.
cover it, right?
So we're keeping on hand
Other city
one
claims,
heart-lung
the reserve is
claim.
$750,000. Yeah, so I try to keep that at least at $3 million for
Not
cash.
besides any other.
Right.
Right.
What happens if the legislature changes the work comp?
We're going to be in trouble. We're going to have to increase things a lot because I anticipate a lot more claims coming through.
Because I understand that was even retroactive, right?
It might have been.
Yeah, that it
Yeah.
said even somebody that's already gone that didn't previously have a heart, anyway, or
Right.
cancer.
We might even have problems with our excess loss carrier because they might just walk away from Nevada with the legislation that's going through.
It's like that now. Heart-lung is like that now, continues beyond the term of employment.
Right.
No, I know, but now they want to retroactively change the law to go back to
Cancer.
an old employee, right,
Right.
that were never covered, right, for cancer.
Right.
I can't blame the excess insurer.
Okay, Sherry has the baton again.
Yep, you gotta listen to me again, sorry. So we're back to supplementals. So that
I just
was-
ask a general question,
Yes.
though, first on the tentative?
Absolutely.
Can you tell me, and I'm sorry I did not get this to you last night, so if you don't know the answer, you don't know it.
It's okay.
How much was the overall impact to our budget for the PERS increases?
We budgeted a 5% increase over 18 actual for 19, and we budgeted another 5% increase for 20. We won't actually know until the PERS report comes out in October what that increase will be.
How much does 5%, how much does it, money, cash?
Yeah, it's across all the funds, so I don't know off the top of my head across all the funds. I can look at one fund and tell you. I mean, ambulance is usually a pretty big fund. So,
Except for the police, fire, but everybody got it, it's 2% or something, right?
Yeah.
yeah, so we increased for the pension. Last year it was 500,000, and this year we did 525. And then for Fiscal year 20, 552,000. Hopefully, they won't go up, they'll go down. We're just trying to, again, cover ourselves in case it does come in that high.
That's not an increase, though. That's,
It's a liability adjustment, it's not even cash.
right, but I'm saying that's not, the figure you stated is the total figure. It's not an increase over the previous year.
It is, it's the adjustment over the
So
previous year.
500,000 over the previous year.
Yes.
Yeah, that's huge.
The adjustment for 18 was 500,000 over the previous year.
You can let
Yeah.
me know later, but I'm interested to see
The total
impact of
amount.
that budgetary, legislative.
Yeah, it's a non-cash number. It's just, it could cause a budget violation, so I'm trying to keep from getting a budget violation.
What do you mean by a non-cash number?
We don't ever actually have to pay that. We just adjust the liability.
Misunderstanding my question.
Oh,
and
I'm
I
sorry.
apologize. The legislature, the PERS board has recommended a change in the actual.
Oh, and the actual
PERS
rate.
cash
I'm
rates.
sorry.
How much did that cost us? They
I thought you were talking about the liability adjustment. I'm sorry.
I heard it too.
Yes, the actual rate, I don't know. We did build it into our numbers. I'll have to get that number for you.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Okay, so supplemental requests. We had approximately $3.5 million in total requests, which came to IFC. We approved $2.3 million to come before the board today. $1.4 million is what we saw in the general fund. The departments worked really well with us in accomplishing everything possible to get within budget limits. As far as I understand, they really whittled down their list before they even came to IFC. So it was a challenging process, but we got through it. I'm going to discuss each item as we go down, and if you have any questions, please stop me. So the clerk recorder, she requested personnel for the automatic voter registration, which passed in 2018. Supervisor Bagwell brought up an excellent point that the actual election isn't happening until next June. So she had asked Aubrey if we could hold off until March on hiring that person. And Aubrey said, of course, that's a great idea. So that's the plan on that one.
So what does that affect right there? How does that change the numbers?
Well, I'm not going to change the number. It'll change it for 20, but going forward, we're going to have a full-time person. So that 151 will carry forward every year. It'll help us in 20, but that 151 will carry forward every year because it's an extra FTE.
It's about a 75%.
So it's a 75% decrease in 2020.
This year only.
Yeah. The public guardian, we approved some increase in travel. I think they have about 5 people that do not live in this state, and they only had, I think, $2,000 in their original travel account. So we increased that to $4,000. I understand they brought a few here, so they're slowly reducing that cost. And then the district attorney, they are,
The guardian stuff, do we keep protected persons, track of protected persons account in our accounting here, or is that just done at the guardian?
that's not at the guardian. They have 80 different accounts that they track, or
80?
63, or however many wards they have. They have all separate accounts for those individuals.
And none of that hits us right here, except on our budget.
Right. None of that hits our budget. This is just strictly for their paper and supplies and travel and personnel. Yeah. So the district attorney, they need one more public guardian. I'm sorry, they need one more district attorney because the public guardian district attorney is actually retiring. So they need that extra district attorney to cover those services.
Private, outside.
It was a private outside
not a DA.
contract. Right. Sorry.
Laura Miles is retiring July 1.
Yes, and she's an outside counsel. And so we're trying to replace her with the DA from our office.
And Sherry, on that one, is there a reduction somewhere else because we're not paying the outside contractor?
I think she did pro bono work, to be honest with
I
you.
think she's paid on a grant. Did Susan leave us? She was here earlier.
I know that.
Whose grant was it? Was it a private grant they had or a grant we paid them?
I'm on the RSVP board, and I know that there's some money from RSVP that goes to that. I
Don't know.
think the majority, first off, she's charging a ridiculously low rate.
Right.
And secondly, I
don't have
think
anything
most
in our
of
budget.
that was covered by grants, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Okay, because I don't have anything in my budget, so,
Nothing in ours? Okay, thank you.
okay. Okay, the information technology, we might have to call Eric up. I'll go over these pretty quickly. He's got a bunch of increases in software maintenance. Those increases are on page 9 of the packet I gave you. The largest one is the Tyler software, of course, because that's our new ERP system. He is reducing some of the older maintenance that is we're no longer using. That's on page 26. If you want details, we can bring Eric up.
Yeah, I just want to talk about one of them, the faxing. I wanted on the record on the,
Okay.
he wants to get rid of 30 phone lines or something, and just some, or Sherry will put it on the record, it doesn't matter. Thanks, Eric. So I noticed that you want to potentially eliminate 30 landlines and go to a faxing solution.
Yes.
So has anyone tested that or determined that that's really in the best interest? Because
So,
if the system's bogged down, then you don't get any faxes because you're using the digital. It's just a question, is
well,
that
it's
really
just
the right way
going
to
forward
go?
in the future. So we've been requested to do this a couple of years ago. We've brought it back a few times, and this time it finally went through. So what we've done is we've looked at how many hard POTS lines are physically in the city throughout. And we're proposing that we go with our digital system to replace all these fax lines. And then it would be also integrated with our email system and everything else.
That's working so well. Sorry. But I didn't see any corresponding reductions then for paying all the phone bills. And so
Right,
if I'm going to give you plus money, where are you going to take it away
The
from?
request had that.
right. So finance pays all of the phone bills, so as they're eliminated, we'll adjust the budget.
Okay.
Whose budget, yours or?
Wherever the phone line is,
that.
because the phone lines are all over the city.
Whoever owns the phone line?
Yeah, whoever
Okay.
owns the phone line will reduce those.
So the cost over, I think it was 2 years before it was wiped out for the actual phone lines when we did the
Oh, you're going to do
analysis.
it a few at a
Yeah,
time
yeah.
type
When
stuff?
we looked at this, we went, okay, we need to buy this. The 30 lines are $20 a month. So when we eliminate those, we'll recover the cost for the software.
So your ROI is 24 months, you're saying, essentially.
Basically, yeah.
I'm just letting you know, I'm not so sure it's a good idea to get rid of the lines, but
It's an interesting question that Lori brings up because I've been through this in my own personal business. And it didn't work. We went from phone lines to a digital system, which we spent thousands of dollars on and then had to ditch it within just a few months because it didn't work. And went back to a phone line. So is there a way that we can do this on a trial basis and do it, like do the first 5 or so and make sure that the digital solution is actually going to work before we eliminate all the rest of the phone lines? Because I can tell you, we didn't put phone lines in our new building. And so it became a real issue for us to try to get the fax line back into the building after the fact.
Yeah, we would definitely be doing it as a trial basis to start off with, as long as it's funded going forward, if we find that it functions correctly for everybody. And we would test with a small test bed out of that.
Yeah, part of the problem is that if it's through a digital system or VoIP, when you run out of capacity, it just drops the lines in the middle of your call. And so we had a lot of difficulty. You would start a fax, you'd get a couple of pages of it, and then it would drop the call, and then the sender doesn't know that their
We're
fax
actually
didn't go through.
increasing our bandwidth to the internet on a different project that's getting in place here at the end of this month. So we shouldn't have that problem at all. So
we're just giving you
yep.
small is better in this one.
Yeah, again, if we can just do a trial on this before we
You want to
make
do
a
5
commitment.
this year and then wait for a year or so I guess we didn't know how to come in and fund it. So
I think I'm okay with your judgment. We're just asking you to go,
right.
use your right judgment. use it for 4 or 5 months and do 5 of them and said, yeah, golden.
Oh, that would be the plan. We always do that phase-in stuff.
I trust your judgment, but we just caution you to
Yep.
move slowly.
Eric also had on his list a reclassification of an IT manager to the deputy CIO. He actually had a staff member savings of a staff member for $15,000 to offset that 21, and I apologize for not including that. So the supplemental would go down by the difference of that theoretically. That 15,000 is already in our base budget though, so the real increase to the base budget is the 21,000 for that CIO position. And then the city needs social software application, which archives the activity on social media recommended by the DA. Infocast alert system is a replacement system for Cisco phone system, which is no longer supported. There's some storage, and then they want to move resources to an external data center located at Switch Citadel campus. If you had any questions on those for Eric.
I did have a question. I apologize, I can't find it right now, but the replacement of the server, which was, yeah. That was, I
Ever on
think,
server?
yeah, I think that was
on the list.
budgeted for
That's being funded out
100,000.
of 911 surcharge.
Is that, no, it's not my question. Is that based on an actual bid?
Yes.
Or, so 100 grand for a server?
Well, it's redundant servers, it's a hyper-converged system. So it's server storage. I'd have to pull, I don't think I have.
That's fine. I just want to make sure it was on an actual bid and not just a placeholder.
Yes. Yeah, we had Dell come in and give us an actual bid. They actually bid to upgrade the city system and the 911 dispatch center system.
While you're up here, I'm just going back to the recorder's office, and there's a couple of notes on the supplemental request, and I don't know if it was just errantly stuck there, but it talks about the phones currently used in the office are dropping calls, and the issues can't be fixed. That's on page 4 and 5 on supplemental request, but then I don't see a corresponding request for that in, oh, maybe I'm not to the recorder. Maybe I'm just looking at the clerk, sorry. Is it
Yeah.
somewhere else?
That's the clerk's request. So that's included in the $900 for the phone stipend, and then there's,
Software maintenance, is that where it is?
it must be the software maintenance, yeah.
You don't know, Eric?
So I had actually requested a full phone system upgrade as we're coming to end of life of everything that we currently have. That did not make it through to you on this budget cycle. So what's happening is as departments have to replace their own system, because for funding, they have to request it.
Okay, I guess what I'm getting at is where is it? I mean, if there's 2 supplemental requests, the written request shows phone requests on 2, one recorder, 1 elections.
Aubrey can probably answer that question.
Okay, sorry, Aubrey.
Thank you, that's okay, Supervisor. I believe I put that in there initially under the election costs, I believe, and that's what kind of was cut with the finance. It was an issue that we were having, and I put it on the supplemental request, but it's not something that I'm pushing for. The election costs initial request that I made was reduced.
Okay. So the phones aren't dropping calls?
The phones are still dropping, I'm sorry, Aubrey, clerk recorder. The phones do still drop. We need to purchase new phones, and with the budget that I was requesting, I just didn't want to push my luck and
Okay,
Because we
Well,
just
I mean,
better positioned to not start till.
right, that's what I was just going to say.
How much are the 5 phones?
I mean, you know, that 70,000 minus 75%, is that enough to buy the phone system?
We changed a
Yeah.
position, we're talking about something different. How much is the
Oh,
phones?
the phone system request that I put in was, I think, 166,000.
No, I mean, how much would it be to replace phones in Aubrey's
Just
department?
the 5 physical phones.
The problem-
They're like
The problem is it's a whole system issue.
Right,
That's what Eric's saying.
yes.
The problem is
So-
it's an entire system.
No,
in the whole
they're
city.
connected to our entire system, the whole back end, so
Whole phone system.
166,000 is what I put.
Got an idea, we'll get to that.
So,
Yeah, just,
My phone doesn't drop calls.
no.
I like
And
this-
it depends on the location and different things and the age of their current phones.
So
we
let
don't
me
have
ask
any
you, I'm sorry to
replacement.
belabor this point, but citizens need to be able to reach our people. And if they're dropping calls, I can't think of anything more frustrating to call a government office and wait on hold for 5 minutes and then have the call drop. If, with the savings in Aubrey's department from that salary position, can you fix her phones as a Band-Aid until the whole thing is replaced and they won't drop calls anymore?
Well, I got to find out exactly why you're dropping complete phones because I only saw the request as the phones. I didn't know it was related to a drop call. So we can monitor and see what's causing the drop
Okay.
call.
That would be
But
good to
the
do,
physical
probably.
phones are about $300 to $500 a piece, depending on what
Right.
modules you have on them. And that's the request that I saw go through for that.
I mean, it's odd to me that one department would be dropping calls and another department is not.
Right.
So, anyway.
This
I
is
just-
Aubrey, for clerk recorder. We were told that we are on the older phones, so we're having an issue with them getting caught up in the hold system.
So you're not just
as well
like
as
picking the
dropping.
phone up and hanging it up again?
No,
It's not
no, we
just-
don't. Not for everybody, only for you.
Thank you, sorry to get off track.
It's us later, or it comes back.
We ready to move forward?
Ready?
All right. So the next request, it's under the building permits department, but it came from the fire department. This is they requested a full-time fire inspector. They already have one full-time fire inspector in the general fund, and they have one also in the building permits fund, full-time. And the problem, the general fund employee is working too hard on the building permit, so he's not allowed to do his normal inspections. He doesn't have time to do them. So we came up with an idea for this of hiring a part-time out of the building permits fund to help with the building permits, freeing up the general fund person's time. Simply because we're going into a downturn, so we don't want to hire another person and then immediately have to turn around and fire him 6 months later. So we thought this would be a good solution at this point in time.
For clarification on that, so the part-times are not subject to any of all the contract rules and all of that, so this person could go away commensurate with what's happening in the building department.
Correct. Correct. And then I'll continue with fire. So they had some small line item increases, and this is just because we don't ever increase services and supplies. So they've hit a point where they need some extra services and supplies money in their training department. And then the 501, the big request is for 2 new BLS drivers. This is in the ambulance department. That BLS is actually supporting itself. We only transferred, I think, for a year to help support that new project. So they're doing quite well. I've been assured they do not need an ambulance, a new vehicle, that they have vehicles for these 2 new employees.
Could I ask Sean a question?
Of course.
Thanks for smiling. I just want to have you go on record to say that in your estimation, these 2 additional drivers, which will expand service, would allow us to generate enough revenue to offset the expense of their salaries and benefits.
Sean Slayman, Fire Chief, for the record. That is correct. We anticipated with the bringing on the basic life support ambulance for 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, the previous approval, we anticipated that they would be running about 2 calls a day, which was forecasted as our break-even point. They are running about 4 to 5 transports a day in that 8-hour period. So looking at our call volume and our peak staffing hours and expanding it to 7 days, we're very confident that this will more than cover the addition of 2 new employees. You bet.
Can I clarify something on that?
Sure.
So wouldn't that just mean I'm now not gonna use my advanced ambulance service? The objective is to use the lower level of service, right?
Correct. So our calls are triaged and we dispatch what we didn't know at that time because we only had advanced life support ambulances. We could look at the call types, but what it's dispatched as and what it turns out to be are often two different scenarios. And our transfers are up quite a bit, and with our new inpatient facility over on Mountain Street, we're already seeing a slight increase there, and it's not even close to being filled. So we're seeing an increase in transfers at the basic life support level and at the advanced life support level too, but it is still freeing up those advanced life support ambulances for more critical calls.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm not so sure revenue, I'm not sure it's a one-to-one relationship because you're gonna not bill it as an advanced one if they were taking that call and you'll bill it at a basic. Or do you see enough volume also?
There is more than enough volume to cover that, yes.
Chief, the wheelchair vans, Medtrans still being successful, still working out well?
It is still working out very well, and we are working with the hospital now on updating contracts and moving that forward.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Alrighty, so the next on the list is courts. They had some small increases to their attorney's fees and expert witness fees. These are NRS mandated services that we have to provide. And these, their budget isn't quite covering what we're spending, so we're bumping that up. They're also requesting $15,000 increase in their hourly positions. This will help with the copy and search requests that have to be fulfilled within a 5-day window.
Sherry, can I
And-
interrupt you?
Yeah.
What you just said just kind of piqued my interest. So when a department says that their expenses are exceeding what they have budgeted, so then they come and they're asking for a supplemental request to their budget. What is the city's policy and what is the procedure to work with that department to look at reducing expenses before just automatically increasing the budget?
Well, that's why they come to IFC. So they come to IFC first, and then we discuss it citywide, alternatives or how they can fill that without getting extra money. Unfortunately, they're NRS mandated services. They're already outsourced. So we only call people when we need them for like an expert witness or,
Yeah, it's not the
You're an
specific line
interpreter.
items. I'm talking more policy. So you're saying that
yeah.
IFC is where that policy runs through, so they have to run the gauntlet at IFC and prove that they actually need the addition to their budget and that they don't have the ability to reduce their expenses.
right? And then they run the gauntlet here as well.
Okay, all right. I just think I think that it's important that the public understand what the process is and that these increases are not automatic, that there is a process and a policy in place.
Gotcha. Understood.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's also, you're looking back over the history of their budget and seeing that we keep augmenting for that activity. So they've tried for 3 or 4 years maybe to use every other funding transfer within their own lines, but we still have to augment their budget. So then you finally say,
Let's put it in your base
board
next
has
year.
augmented this line for 4 years in a row. It's time to make the adjustment.
Yes, some of them are done like that as well, yeah.
Going along with what they just said, would you repeat what you said at the beginning of this, how the gauntlet that was put up at IFC on these supplementals was how much and it got reduced to how much? I remember.
It started out as over 3.5 million, and after IFC, it was down to 2.3 million. Mhm. So the other thing I was mentioning on courts was the hourly position, and that's for copy and search requests. This would replace one of 2 part-time positions that they lost pre-recession. So it would free up their internal staff not to have to do the copy and search requests.
Is that offset by revenue from those requests? In other words, you have to pay.
Maybe, I don't know, there's legislation that's not going to allow us to charge employee time anymore. So hopefully that legislation won't pass and we'll be able to collect copy fees and employee time. But There's legislation right now that won't allow us to charge employee time for copies anymore, so depends on what happens. The next one, we got juvenile probation. So there's a mental health professional that they're requesting. This is the second year this has come before. I believe it did come before this board as well. Last year, they were able to get a grant and hire somebody contractually to help the kids. And my understanding is that worked. It worked. They had somebody and it did help the kids. But they're looking for that really high impact for a child, and they think the best way to solve that is to hire a full-time employee who gets to know the kids over time and can really work with them. I understand the contract, they got different people, and it wasn't real consistent help with each child. Yes,
Could I ask the department a question?
of course.
Sorry, you dropped something. Hello, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Good. I think we spoke briefly at one point last year. I know that Medicaid will pay for behavioral health treatment. And I don't know that it matters from my perspective in terms of approving this or not, but I would just like to have you explore that if possible with either Nikki at the health department or with whomever you have to, because if you get an LCSW, you can bill for Medicaid patients. I don't know how Medicaid handles that with incarcerated juveniles, because in some cases it's restricted, but there might be a potential offset there. There might be an offset there. And if you have a contract employee, that offset might be greater, actually. The contract employee may be able to bill better than a governmental entity. And I just wanted to mention that to you. I don't know if you have any experience doing that, but I sure would like if you could explore that without, causing yourself too much heartache, because I think there's an opportunity there. Green.
Thank you, Ally Bannister, for the record. I do not have any experience in regards to collecting Medicaid as an LCSW or a clinical person. However, the probation department is currently attempting to collect Medicaid for services that we provide within the probation department, completely separate. But just for the record, that has been a complete nightmare. It's taken almost 2.5 years to get that going.
I understand it's a nightmare. It's difficult for all of us who work in my real job. It's part of what I do, but if you can get over that hurdle,
Sure.
there are some significant potential reimbursements there that I think not only will benefit the city, but will benefit the individual, the patients, if you will.
Absolutely, and I would be more than willing to explore that on an LCSW basis. And I have here with me Dr. Andrea Dorn. She's actually our Serenity Mental Health professional who has been contracting with us through Serenity Mental Health. So if you have any additional questions for her, feel free to ask.
And we can talk offline too. I don't need to bog everything down, but go ahead, sorry.
Andrea Dorn from Serenity Health, working with detention. With regards to Medicaid, the billing process, as well as doing prior authorization requests, has become, to use Ally's word, nightmarish. We have clinicians who are not being reimbursed. We're required to go through a process in order to get the services that these kids would need. In my practice, I work with Medicaid clients daily, and we have to go through every 3 months, we have to do a new PAR request. That's simply for clinical exposure. That's simply for therapy. And those take weeks. These kiddos are not always in detention or with probation for that period of time. They're a very transient population. So yes, I think that there is some offset that can be taken advantage of with regard to billing to Medicaid. However, Medicaid has reduced its services, reduced its ability to bill efficiently, or we are not being able to bill efficiently. When we talk about the amount of rejections that we get from Medicaid for external services, it's still the same. Like, we're going to a program. They get rejected on many different counts, and that takes 2 weeks, and they're in detention for those 2 weeks. And we have to redo that every 3 months. So that's just the aspect that I was
I'm certainly not
speaking.
implying that my
The
support of
judgment,
this or not has anything to do with whether you can get Medicaid. I just would like to know that as a city, we're exploring every option and not leaving money on the table. That was my only comment. Okay, thank you.
There are two other items here that might spur questions. So she asked that we provide monthly phone allowances to 6 of the juvenile probation officers, and then for an equity adjustment for the senior probation officer to be 10% above her highest probation officer that we approved at IFC.
I think just in general, just so that no one in the audience thinks it means it's a pass if we don't ask a question, I think I'm going to take all of the equity adjustment and make that a single discussion point. So, because I'm not going to discuss an individual, I want to discuss it in general. Thank you, but I don't want you to think it sailed on by.
Okay. The next one is alternative sentencing officer. He asked for 2 hourly DAS positions at $30,000 for both. And then this is for growing needs in the court. I guess the courts are using alternative sentencing a lot more, so he just needs some extra hands. And then he also asked for an equity adjustment for the DAS assistant chief.
Where did we end up with the administrative office of the court's mandate for pre-sentencing? I mean, is that something
I believe it's not going live until 2021, so we have an idea with
I
the
thought it was
sheriff's
towards the
department.
end of this year, the budget year that we're working on.
We weren't sure when we brought it forward. It's going to be September 2020.
Okay,
So we thought we'd move it,
yeah,
onto the
no, that's
next year.
good, that's good, if that's the case. Yeah, thank you. For some reason, I thought it was March of 2020, so, thank you.
No, it's a good question. It's going to cost us money. Okay, so Parks and Rec, they asked for $6,900 in their professional services. This is for AmeriCorps. Basically, they are raising their fees. Last year we had 3 part-time employees for $22,500, and that's been pretty consistent, I think, for 2 years. And then their fees just jumped to $29,400 for those same 3 employees, but still under $10,000 for an employee, for a part-time employee is a pretty good deal. So we approve that at IFC.
Question on that one, sorry.
No problem.
More my question in the VISTA program on that is, were the increases at the national level that they're changing how much? Or, because don't we get this through Truckee Meadows as the actual vendor? Or so was it them that made a decision to do more, or was it a national change?
Thank you, Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. I do want to clarify, these are 3 full-time, fully benefited employees. They're not part-time. So their benefits come through the federal government, and it's a federal government grant to the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation, but it was the federal government cost that went up, not the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation fee for that service.
Just wanted to clarify that better on the record. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. So then there's a new position, 25% of a trail coordinator would be coming out of the general fund and 75% would be coming out of quality of life open space. The position would include planning trails, maintenance, and coordination of volunteers and events. Parks has one of the oldest fleets in the city, so they've requested an increase to their vehicle repairs and maintenance. Hopefully, as we replace vehicles, this will decrease.
Did you get the total number of vehicles?
I'm sorry, Brad.
Okay, I just wanted to know if we're replacing 11 vehicles, what percentage of the total parks fleet is that? Because again, I always have this concern about creating a bubble 10 years down the road. So I want to make sure that we're planning out vehicle purchase over a certain period of time. We're getting so many per year to replace the fleet.
So just to clarify, the item that we're talking about right now is to increase the maintenance and the repairs. In the capital budget is the vehicle fleet replacement. So that's not the supplemental that we're talking about right now. Okay, no, it's fine. I just want to make sure that we're
I
clear
do
on
have a
that.
list of vehicles. I do have a list of vehicles for parks, and we can figure that out.
And that's in the
with me.
capital presentation.
Let me try the question a little bit differently, if I may. If I'm going to give you 11 vehicles in the CIP side, then you're not going to be repairing the 11 vehicles because now you're getting brand new ones that have warranties. So the question becomes, do we really need to increase? Because I'm letting you have, which I want to give you the vehicles, Jennifer, so I'm kind of going a little bit of, if we're going to move to the vehicle side, why are we increasing repairs? It
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm-
make any logical sense to me.
Right, but I'm pretty sure they have 75 to 100 vehicles.
I get
And
that,
so,
but
and most of their
11 aren't going to
vehicles-
get fixed anymore.
Right.
Or are you not fixing vehicles?
Oh, look, somebody to help us out.
Maybe you're not.
I'm Dan Castens, Parks Operation Manager. The number we came up with, the 14,000 that we're asking to supplement, was based on a 5-year average of what we were in the red for vehicle maintenance. We had 1 year in that 5 years where we had a $40,000 plus tag. So yes, as we get new vehicles, our costs, are going to go down. I understand that, but some of our vehicles aren't just your average pickup truck. So when you have a garbage truck go down, or the items that are associated with that, or a front end loader, or a chipper truck, or things like that, sometimes our dollar values for those, it's not like your basic oil change or your repair. You're looking at other attachments on these vehicles that we need to maintain to make sure that it functions the right way. So that's why you do get, kind of the higher, but the 5-year average on the 5-year average was at 14,000 that we've been negative, and having to supplement that somewhere else.
Supplementing it from somewhere else in your budget or getting an actual augmentation? Which answer? It's two vastly different answers.
Can you repeat that again?
So maybe Sherry, and maybe, I don't know if you have to look something up. Have we had to give them, parks, a budget augmentation over the last?
Yes.
For repairs and maintenance, absolutely.
Every year.
Okay, that's what I'm
And
trying
that's
to.
what this $14,000 average is over that augmentation that has to happen. And then when we do order the new fleet, it's great, but there is a delay. It takes about 18 months to 2 years before that vehicle is actually in our fleet. So even though you add that capital cost and investment this time during the budget, we're not reaping the benefits of that until 18 months later.
So the
So this might be
14,000
something we could adjust after we get that fleet.
The 14,000
added
is
in.
above and beyond the augmentations?
No.
I think that's
she's
what you
That's
just
the
said.
saying for
5-year
last
average of our
5 years.
augmentation.
Right, but I don't
That's
think
the
that's what you
average.
just said. That's why I wanted to clarify. You said that was an addition to the augmentation, and I didn't think that was the case. That is the augmentation,
That is
correct?
the augmentation.
All right, I just
Yeah,
wanted to
so
be clear.
this would be adding to our budget, so we don't have to augment every year.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But, okay, sorry.
I can answer your question on the number of vehicles. There's about 40. The ones that we're replacing are in the $40,000 range. There's different things. There's dump trucks that are like $150,000. So the fleet has a spreadsheet where they line out year by year for the next 5 years what should be replaced. So I just wanted to let you know.
And are we matching up with that list, or are we adding forward? Or are we taking vehicles from forward because we have the money for capital today? Again, what I'm trying to do is if
Right.
we can plan out the purchases so that they don't all end up hitting their useful life end cycle at the same time, which creates the same problem that we're currently under.
We did not bring anything forward, and there was a dump truck for $150,000 that he had scheduled in this year that we didn't end up funding. So not everything he has in this year necessarily gets funded. We didn't take anything for future years and move it into this year.
Go ahead.
Alrighty. They also requested to increase overtime and standby in order to put a person on call during summer months for irrigation issues that arise, events, and other problems that need to be addressed immediately. And then,
Is that all parks, or is that mostly the golf course?
I think that's all parks.
It's just parks?
I believe so, because, I mean, a sprinkler head breaks at any park, we have to be able to get a hold of somebody to get out there and
Yeah, but I
fix
think
it.
the irrigation systems at the golf course are the worst in town.
It might be.
And so I'm just curious if that is the case, do we have the ability to pass that cost through to the operator?
I'm pretty sure that the operator does fix those ones. We're also funding a range master, or we are recommending funding a range master position. It's a new full-time position that oversees the operation of the rifle range. There's a few other small increases for this position.
Can I ask you a question about that? Just a clarification. So in the package, on page 67 of what you gave me is the FTE range master / park ranger. And then on page 73, there's another FTE park ranger.
That's not funded.
So how,
So I originally requested for a third park ranger was my intent to add to the budget. And then in the one page that you'll see that didn't get funded and it only funds the uniform, we tried to come up with a funding strategy for that person to reduce the impact to the general fund. After supplementals were due and after a range task force meeting, there was a change in direction, wanting to look at operations of the rifle range. So when I originally submitted my supplementals, that wasn't really on my radar. I was just trying to get a third park ranger to help with our entire park system and over 9,000 acres that we try to manage. Knowing that funding both is probably not a possibility, they just basically changed the title on that first one from park ranger to range master. That job, that analysis doesn't really fit the rifle range. I believe that HR looked at Washoe County's range master and that job description, and that's more of what we're looking to do. It might not have that exact title. We need to really look at that because the pay right here is not consistent with what Washoe County's is.
okay, so page 73 should not have been in here. It was erroneously in here. Is that what?
It has the $500 for that uniform that would be.
Uniforms.
Oh, I see.
So the uniform
Okay.
piece
I
would go
got it.
toward that range
Okay.
master.
I got it. It just
Yeah.
didn't match up with, I see it now.
Yeah, the
I see
problem
it
is
now.
this all happened after everything was submitted, so Sherry
Okay.
was just trying to do her
I'm
best
good.
to
I'm
get
good.
it through.
Sorry.
I was trying to do my best to put something in there for
No,
you
it's
guys.
okay. I got it. Thank you. I'm just trying to,
Sure thing.
well, yeah.
And then the MAC would like to operate for 3 more hours on Sunday.
Can I interrupt, please?
Oh, of course, I'm sorry.
I just want to understand what we just went through. What you seem to be saying, and seem to be hearing is, you now are requesting a range master, 25% out of the general fund for one ranger, and 75,
No, the 75-25 arrangement was for the trails
Okay,
coordinator.
You're talking about two different things, okay.
It would be 100% out of the general fund for the range master.
Yeah, I understand that.
He missed the trail.
I understand that. I'm talking about the divided one.
That was for the trails coordinator, not a park ranger.
Right, okay. So you still are seeking
We're still seeking the
Another-
trails coordinator,
The park ranger.
you're still seeking a ranger too, right?
a range master, not a park
But
ranger.
not a ranger.
I would love a park ranger if
I
you
know,
would like to
but-
throw it in, but this talks
Got
about,
it
yeah,
now.
a range
Got it.
master.
I just, hearing a lot of things there, I wanted to make sure my brain soaked it up. Now it has.
Okay, so the MAC would like to operate for 3 more hours on Sunday. So there's a little bit in there for that. And then we approve merit increases for the part-time staff for 4 different Parks and Recs locations. Apparently, this was phase 2 of a 3-year phase-in for getting those employees to where they are comparable.
And Sherry, that one really, just again, for the public, I don't really want to call it a merit. It's just that there's a bunch of seasonals and the objective is to bring the experienced seasonal back the next season. And so if you come back, you can get a small, it allows for their salary to be properly paid for their experience.
Right. And then the recreation is requesting some moderate increases for their program and advertising costs.
Can I ask on the advertising was on the activity guide, sorry. I know exactly what I'm thinking it is. how helpful is that really? So it's going home in the school? Have you seen a huge increase in the number of people participating in recreational programs? Because when I look at the CAFR, aren't you surprised? And I actually tie out the recreational youth participating, that number is not increasing. So I'm just looking for, is this the best use to get the message out there? Or is there a better use of those dollars to a different platform to get the message out there?
Thank you, Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. So the numbers in the CAFR are really just a snapshot of what we do. It talks about the number of camp participants, it talks about tournament participation. It only takes into account a really small population of who are coming to our Parks and Recreation services. So this was something that didn't happen during the recession. There was over a 10-year gap where we didn't produce really anything other than flyers to be able to reach out to the community. What you see in your supplemental has not only hard copy, but also has online versions of that activity guide. So we can get a lot more traffic through that online version, and that's really where we've seen a lot of benefit. The hard copies do go through the Peaches at the school district, and it also helps when we're at fairs and have that hard distribution of activities of what we're doing. It's not 4 times a year. We were really creative in the past, and we worked with the Culture and Tourism Authority, we worked with Nevada Appeal, we worked with the library. We've really tried to have partnerships to try to keep the cost down for this, but we need to be able to advertise our programs to be able to fill them, and that's what this contemplates. But it is very helpful, and we do get, I think, a good return on the investment.
So the question that I really have is, should you just send a flyer home and that refers them? Because all the kids get those electronic notebooks and everything now. So I'm just trying to save the money in the print versus just maybe a single flyer that says, come check out all our programs that are continually changing on such and such a website.
How many pages?
I guess I just want to make sure we're not spending an expensive glossy, it's a beautiful activity guide, but it's a lot of money.
The costs only have the glossy cover, and then it would be the newspaper print for the inside, so it'd be a pretty minimal, as far as like a high-end publication, it'd be pretty simple, but it's a 35-page guide, so there's a lot. To be able to just do one-page flyer, we're not really able to get all of the information out that we want. The online guide, I think, is $300 per publication, so we'll definitely do those 4 times a year, and we could even, in between that, add one in if we needed to or something like that. But this would only have 2 runs for hard copy, so it's pretty minimal.
Go
ahead.
All right, I think Jen's done. We're on to the library. We have books and periodicals increase, minimal of $4,500. And then they want to reclassify creative and learning manager from a P13 to an M13. This would have no impact on the budget for about 3 years. All it does is provide a higher top out. However, this person does supervise others, and so that's why the request is there. And then the business development, the Adams Hub, they're asking for a senior office specialist position to watch the counter full-time during operations instead of using part-time marathon help. This is a donation-funded position, and we had a discussion with CCA because the donation and the grant-funded positions, both, if that funding goes away, we have a hard time eliminating the position because those, the way the contract's written is very gray, and so the employee could potentially have bumping rights. So I talked to the CCA, and they're open to doing a memorandum of understanding to attach to that contract, stating that those positions which are grant-funded or donate or based on donations would be, in fact, based on those revenues. So if we don't get those revenues in, the position would be eliminated. So we wouldn't have that gray area bumping issue that we keep running into.
So Sherry, just then on that particular position, so I would like to say we would condition it with the MOU.
Yeah.
So you can't hire it till you have the MOU. type
Yeah,
thing.
and I
Okay.
talked to Diane, and she
Thank
was good with that, the library director, and she said that was reasonable, and so we'll work with the DA's office and get that MOU in place. If there's no questions on the rest of that, the Health and Welfare Department, they had very moderate increases for the welfare, just some office supplies. Again, we don't increase these, so after several years, they start bumping against that ceiling. And so she's asked for a very moderate increase in that. She's asking for one full-time employee, an environmental health officer. This would eliminate a part-time position, and then part of it would also be reimbursed by Douglas County. So the total effect on the general fund would be about $35,000. She's also asking for 0.05. Well, she asked for 25%, but IFC approved 0.05 of a public health disease investigator. Turns out that they do spend a little bit of their time working on HIPAA training throughout citywide, so that 0.05% really isn't grant reimbursable. So they're asking to move that to the general fund. If there's no question on that, we'll move to Public Works, our favorite position, our favorite department. Last but not least, so they asked for a GIS specialist. And this was asked for last year as well, and it was not approved last year. And then for the Asset Management Reserve Study, I apologize profusely. This is actually two pieces. The reserve study is $150,000, and then they have another $75,000 professional services that would be ongoing. And then a little bit of training.
I'd like to discuss the 75,000
Okay.
portion.
Matt Lawton, Asset Manager for Public Works.
So what I'm interested in is potentially, could we do the $150,000 reserve study and then start the 75,000 next year, because you want that to be ongoing, right? The 75,000 was intended to be professional services ongoing, and then the 150 would be a one-time for the reserve study, correct?
That's correct. The 75,000 is specifically for asset management consulting. Our intention there is to have the ability to bring on consulting services for asset management solution review. We realize that we need to have some industry experience in both evaluating, selecting, and migrating to an asset management solution. That's coming very quickly, and so that's the intention, is to have those funds available to support those services ongoing for asset management.
My question, though, really goes, is the reserve study is what's really like the coup de grace of finishing up the details of what we wanted to do, because we did preliminary work in parks and preliminary work elsewhere. And so my question is, can we just wait 1 year on the 75 to get the reserve study results and then hire the right professional to carry on with everything that you're talking about?
So the reserve study component is really the thorough facility condition assessment for all of the city facilities. And we'll be receiving that as, a lump of data as a result of that complete expert analysis for all those facilities. The 75,000 for the asset management consulting, that's really preparing us for the solution that data will be fed into. So it's really kind of a parallel workflow, because we need to be, once we complete the reserve study, we really need to be in a position to have a clear vision of where that data is going to go and how it's going to be implemented into our overall asset management solution. So there is a bit of a parallel need there to have both of those going at the same time.
I think the question is, when is the asset management study estimated to be completed and delivered?
Yeah, so we actually are already moving into the implementation of an asset management, pieces of an asset management solution starting January of 2020 as part of the ERP program. So we need to be prepared to fully evaluate the implementation of those portions and understand how that's going to drive the rest of our asset management solution implementation. So the ERP is in process. That's coming next fiscal year as far as asset management. So the timing really requires us to be ready next fiscal year for that.
Can we do a January then and on that? Just to go with your ERP, to go with,
For the 75,000,
so you split it, you'd start a half year, but anyway, you do a January to January bid, or, because this one's a professional services, right? For the 75,000's a contract.
Yeah, Dan Stuckey, city engineer. So you're suggesting 75 would be available for the asset management consultant in January of 2020? Is that how I'm understanding it?
Well, for half a year, so you'd have half of that, because it's an annualized contract. So you, January to June, and then the following July 1, you'd have 75,000 ongoing.
Maybe,
I understood what you guys were after.
and so maybe I'm missing something. I heard them say that it's parallel. So to me, that they're going to be using both of those funds at the same time. So starting in January or starting before January? Because it sounds like you need to start before January so that you're done by January to mesh those two things together. That's what I thought I heard.
right, yep.
Yeah.
Money.
So the reserve study, we'd like to get started as soon as possible on that. The Tyler implementation is scheduled for January 2020, but we really need to start before that, starting to bring on that asset management consultant to start evaluating and working on the implementation there. So I feel it would be, we really need those funds up front to cover those and stay on schedule, I guess. So to wait until January, I think potentially would be too late for the asset management consultant.
It's my fault, and I'm just not understanding then. What do you particularly want the $75,000 contract to do? What particular functions? Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Sure. So what we've laid out for that is guidance and assessment for asset management solutions. We know that there's definitely going to be the Tyler ERP component. Their EAM platform is still very new. We're trying to understand the complete capabilities of that platform, but we also need to understand there may be other solutions that we'll need to fill the gap for asset management. It would be advocacy for the city's behalf with whatever vendor, whether it be Tyler or whatever solutions required to have a complete asset management solution. Support for our city IT staff through implementation. Dedicated project management through the duration of the software implementation, any sort of interfacing with other systems that may be required in order to have that complete assets management solution built out. And as far as the ongoing, at this point, we're still functioning under the GIS budget that was set forth 7+ years ago. So we actually have not increased any professional services specifically for asset management. So we see that this is going to be an ongoing need to provide that level of service for asset management moving forward.
Just to clarify again, Dan Stuckey for the record, we're talking about, so the 75,000 for professional services increase into the future, but we've kind of earmarked for next year that 75,000 to be used on this asset management consultant to evaluate software. I don't think that's been, yeah, so it is for an asset management software. So that is that first task that we'd like to accomplish in this next year with that 75,000.
And then again, when is the asset or the reserve study expected to be delivered?
If we get the full funding for the reserve study, as Dan said, we can start right away, beginning of the fiscal year. The consultants we've talked to, it's a matter of weeks for them to be on site and do the actual reserve study with turnaround of the data, in a couple of months, maybe 90 days. So it would be a fairly quick process to get the actual study done and the data back.
That seems ambitious. Doesn't that depend on the data that we provide them?
So again, we've talked to a couple of different providers that offer this service. What they do is they send a team of experts that would come visit each of our facilities along with our own facilities staff They would do a complete, roof to foundation review of all those systems. They have best practices of how to catalog and organize all of those assets and components within each facility. And then they will take that back, process it, organize that data, and then that's the ultimate product that we get back at the asset level. What the maintenance requirements are for each component, their reserve analysis at the time of the study, and then that's the data that we want to take and integrate into asset management so we can have that rolling projection for capital forecasting of our assets as we move forward.
So haven't we spent the last couple of years compiling that data?
You want to speak to that?
Stephanie Hicks, Real Property Manager. We started with an initial facilities condition assessment that we're doing in Smartsheet, but it really is it's a first cut. It's not the in-depth, very detailed, because our staff who's doing that analysis are not the professional engineers that are going to come out and do the detailed analysis. Matt and I have spent some time actually talking to some other communities. In fact, just this last week, we spoke with Lincoln City, Wisconsin, and we talked to them about what they did with a reserve study and a facility condition assessment. Got some great input from them about pros and cons and things they would have done differently. And so the professionals that are going to come in are going to go down to the very level, very detailed level. We're not just going to say that we need to replace our HVAC unit at $30,000, but they're going to look at the components within that so that it will really help us fine tune our maintenance capabilities and be able to track those costs long-term to see where we're at that point where it doesn't make sense to maintain it anymore because it's costing us more to do so than it would be to replace. So yes, while we have done an initial assessment, it's not to the level of detail that we'd like to take it to.
So you're telling me that they're going to be able to come in and do a better job at analyzing our facilities in just a couple of weeks than we've been able to do in a couple of years? I mean, I think that our data is pretty good. I'm missing something here, so maybe it's the total scope of the reserve study. Like, I just don't buy that they're going to come in here in a couple of weeks, that they're going to be able to put the data together to do a reserve study unless they're just plugging us into a template.
Through the discussions that we've had, it's going to be a cooperative effort with staff. So one of the things that we discussed with them is that we need to have our best facilities maintenance staff on hand with them as they walk through the facilities. I think where the difference is that we haven't catalog that level of detail, like I said, with the different components versus the overall systems, which is something that they will do. And then the other part of it that we don't have the software, the capability to do, is then plug that into a software that will project that reserve study for us. The next part of that is for that to then be able to be updated based on work orders and maintenance that's completed so that those projections can stay real time. So there's a couple parts to what we're trying to do that we call under the umbrella of the reserve study.
And so the scope of the reserve study is facilities only. It's not fleet, it's not anything else.
It will be our buildings and our park facilities, as well as the buildings that are at landfill. So the things that our facilities maintenance staff currently maintain. Yes.
So will it also include our assets that, like Northgate, for instance, will that be in that study as well?
Yes, it will.
And then, I think I heard you say this, but I want to make sure, part of what we're getting out of this is the ability to continue to use this going forward as things get done. So if we redo a roof on this building, we will have the wherewithal through this process to be able to enter that information and without the consultant's assistance, be able to use that going forward, whether it be an HVAC or a roof, or is that a fair statement also?
It is a fair statement, and I think that's kind of where the integration with the consultant that Matt was discussing and the reserve study go hand in hand. So while some of the vendors that we've spoke to in regards to the reserve study have a software for us to continue those projections, we need to find a way to connect that to what is going to be the new work order system through the new ERP. There are ways that we can do that through syncs and downloads and, that way, but there's also more dynamic ways we can do it as well. So that's really why we would like to have the ability to have a consultant assist us through that so we can help figure out how to connect it appropriately so that it's a smooth transition.
My mind, but so if I do a reserve study, but I don't have anywhere to park the data, is what you're telling me now. So I'm getting more and more confused that I don't see a plan so that I can understand, because are you telling me I'm going to have to buy another piece of software after the results of the reserve study so that we can do something with the data?
So you're correct in the assessment that, yes, the reserve study provides you with a pile of data. There are some companies that give you a binder that you can put on a shelf, but that's not useful to us. So once we are completed with the reserve study, we want to take that data and make it a living part of our asset management program so that we can tie work orders at the asset level, preventative maintenance at the asset level, and have that ongoing adjustment of lifespan of the asset, cost of maintenance over that lifetime. That's the asset management solution. So the $75,000, that is the guidance that we need from a consultant to get us through that portion. How are we going to leverage the asset management functions of the ERP system? What are the capabilities? What are the gaps in that system? And where do we need to supplement that? We're trying to get to a full capital forecast solution. We haven't seen that demonstrated yet through the ERP solution yet. So we're trying to get more information from that vendor. In fact, in about 3 weeks, we have an updated demo on their asset management platform. But we really need to know what the capabilities are of either that solution or the solution that will provide those answers, because that's where we want to get to. So we have this living product that we're adding value to year in, year out, updating those projections, getting that whole picture of asset management for the city.
So how do you go and obtain a vendor to do the reserve study? Oh, sorry, went off, sorry. If you don't know the platform that you're going to feed the material into? I guess now I'm concerned the opposite, is why wouldn't you have the known data element that's going to accept the data, and then you go out and do an RFP or a request to get a vendor to do this for you, and you write in there that they have to be able to do X with the data. It has to be this kind of a file format. I guess I'm a little bit confused. I want to make sure I'm not paying for a reserve study that gives me great data, but I'm able to use it because I don't know my platforms yet. So
Right, so
maybe
that's-
I'm the opposite and want to give you the 75 and get the answers. And I need more.
So that was my comment, where we're kind of on parallel tracks here, where we're pushing forward with trying to get clarity on the solution, the platform, as well as trying to get the data that we can feed into that platform. There are some solutions that provide the whole package. Well, they'll come in and do the reserve study, integrate it with their software, and you have that forecasting module that gives you the answer. But if you don't integrate that with your work order system, with your preventive maintenance, then you're not building a living solution. You're just getting a snapshot at the moment that those condition assessments were performed. So yes, we're trying to run these parallel tracks so that we can get to that ultimate solution of we've got the data, we've got the platform. Now we're moving forward and building on to that system so that we're updating it in as real time as possible from actual maintenance activities that are occurring on a day-to-day basis.
And I'd like to mention too that, just to clarify, when we make updates to the data, we're not necessarily changing the dollar amounts, because those are already built into the depreciation of the useful life of the asset. What we're changing is the scheduling of replacements and maintenance. So there may be some annual increases in maintenance costs, but generally speaking, over that 20 or 30-year period, all those replacement costs have already been built into it. So just because you replace a boiler or an HVAC, that doesn't mean that now your costs for maintenance are going to go up because that's already been built into it. It's just really, when's the next replacement? When's the next scheduled repair or maintenance? Great.
I will say that whether that preventative maintenance is performed does affect the useful life of the asset. So that would be the factor that may impact how quickly you have to replace that asset.
And does a reserve study actually, it goes along with the discussion that we're having. We already have useful lives and says, okay, whatever, boiler's 20 years, but does it take into the reality is we really get 30 years out of them, or you really get 40 years out of them? Or is the reserve study simply going to feed back to us that the manufacturer's useful life of equipment number X is 10 years, 15 years? I'm trying to understand that I'm not going to get a boilerplate thing back to me that matches exactly what I could get out of the manufacturer's useful life on that piece of equipment.
Yeah, so the experts that would be coming in, obviously they're not from a manufacturer, they're not from a vendor, so they're supposed to provide through their industry expertise what is the realistic lifespan with appropriate preventative maintenance for the asset. So it's supposed to be that real world, how long is this going to last? What's the expected maintenance cost through the lifetime of that asset? And in addition, what we've been told from the providers that offer this service is that at times, if you do this internally with just your staff, sometimes you get tunnel vision. You miss the things that are obviously in need of repair, but you're used to overlooking them day to day. So that's the real value of having those third-party set of eyes come in and do this, like I said, roof to foundation review, because they see, the leaky boiler that we've overlooked for the last couple of years, or whatever the case may be, and they can include that in the comprehensive reserve study analysis.
So, may I?
Sure.
Sorry. So just to have it clear in my head, 150,000 reserve study gets us that roof to foundation set of data. The 75,000 runs parallel to that. That's for a consultant to help us take this data from the $150,000 and mesh it with existing or to be purchased in the future systems that tie in our work order system to that asset management component. That 75,000 is ongoing, so it is likely you'll be sitting where you are next year if the $75,000 is wisely spent, saying that we need to buy the following software package. And the ongoing 75 may be enough to do that, or it may not be enough to do that. So have I sort of summarized that?
That is correct, yeah. And the one caveat to that is that we may have systems in place already that we can further leverage.
Right.
So that may be the answer that we get, but we won't know until we get that
Or maybe the
analysis.
ongoing 75,000 is used to access a cloud-based subscription system that does the asset management component that the consultant recommends.
Correct. Or maybe there's just a certain piece that we need that whatever solutions we have available to
Tie
us
into what
can't
already
do.
exists.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just as a comment to wrap it up, then, I don't think I want the 75,000 as an automatic ongoing. I think I'd like to see the results of the reserve study and this 75,000. So while I'm already a little bit nervous about doing that, I don't want it to be an ongoing 75,000. I want to see the results and the plan come back, because maybe it is software solution, maybe it is professional services. So let's just do the 225 as a one-time, and I could maybe live with that. And then you can come back next year and tell us what worked, didn't work.
I'm sorry, I don't think we have it wrapped up.
Okay.
And the reason I feel that way is I have listened to this whole thing and not contributed or asked any questions. But it seems to me that when this all started, Lori asked a yes or no question. She did not get a yes or no answer. We arrived at this point, which is basically, yes, we need the money now, but it took all of that. I'm concerned. You've said we have 2 or 3 vendors we've talked to and some other cities we've talked to. I have found, and I've said this before privately and even in this forum, that one of the biggest problems that I've seen in city government here and elsewhere is vendors. So I'm now concerned, if you bring the vendor in at the same time you do this, which you finally have told us, or we finally have elicited from you that we should do, that we'll get a vendor and we'll be stuck with that vendor going forward. So I agree with my colleagues to the right that we need to know more before we say, oh, we're just going to go on. Now, budgeting is an annual basis, so obviously we can say a year from now, we don't like it. But what assurance can you give us that we're going to get the right vendor? Are there lots of vendors or just a few vendors? This 75,000
So
consultant.
are you specifically referring to the reserve study,
I'm concerned about the 75 grand.
Okay, so that is an increase in professional services. So the idea is that we would craft an RFP with our requirements for evaluation of an asset management solution, and then we would receive those qualifications from the various vendors. That is not necessarily purchasing the software from that vendor. It's someone who can provide a third-party analysis of our needs and help guide us through the selection of that solution.
And then recommend a vendor.
Will help us to make that decision. We don't want to make the assumption that we're the experts, we know every single piece of the puzzle, but we know that it's a very quickly evolving industry, and there are some consultants out there that really stay on top of it and can provide a lot of benefit to the city in that decision-making process. So that's the intention, certainly not to jump on board the solution that would be inappropriate for the city. In fact, the reason we want to do this is so that we can get the correct solution for the city, because this is the asset management system that we may be using for the next 20, 25 years. So we really want to be careful on how we approach this so we select the correct solution for the city.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So what happens if you take the 75,000 out?
So there's still going to be the need. We're still going to have this, this analysis done. So it's probably going to have to be supplemented by GIS and asset management professional services funds that are already in existence, which means fewer things that we can do for GIS and asset management. So we have to make it up somewhere.
40 years ago, now 50 years ago, the Navy had an asset management one where you would go to a card index, pull out today's date, it would give you boiler feed water pump 2. Here's what you do. And you would go do that and put it back in. And that was a pretty unsophisticated asset management program. I get what's going on here is that, this is something for a long-term health of the city, and we may be talking and arguing about $75,000 or $150,000 today, but we're also talking about what that's going to save in the future in terms of asset maintenance over the life of an asset and over the maintenance of our city. So, and I'm not an asset management person, other than what I did 50 years ago, which is now way gone by. So, I worry about being pound foolish and penny wise for something that's going to have to be with our city for a long time. And if we're not willing to commit to it, then I say we just trash it. Period. I mean, if we're not going to commit the money to it, then it's not worth going down the road haphazard. And, we can do that. We can still live like that. I mean, the city's done well since 1858 on its own. Okay? My 2 cents. Want to take a Nicholsworth. Want to take a break and then are we done? Do we take a break and we can come back and vote? Who?
More public work stuff.
Oh, you want to take a break now or do more public works?
Do you want to finish public
Then we
works?
ought to just work. We'll take a break for 10 minutes,
Okay.
maybe more. Take your time.
That was only the first.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. All right, we're gonna bring the meeting of the Board of Supervisors back to order. I've been asked to ask the board, do we need the UFOC member here?
No.
Anybody want to talk about what the Utility Financial Oversight Committee did?
You're not finding this enthralling?
Anybody want to, Bruce, thank you for being here and waiting. You're welcome to stay with us if you'd like. But you know, out of consideration for your age, I thought you might want to go home. Thanks, Bruce, for all your work, and thanks for everything, man. All right, where are we?
All right, we're just in Public Works, and then we're done with supplementals. So there's a 10% equity adjustment for the engineering department on one of their employees. There's they requested 3 full-time employees for the janitorial services instead of 6 part-time people. And IFC approved 1, so they'd still have 4 part-time people with 1 full-time. They asked for an equity adjustment in the facilities maintenance for one of their managers. Please stop me if you have any questions. Or Darren's sitting right there, we can ask Darren. Landfill, they have you want to add a 15% environmental control officer. This would be a new position. So some of it's in water and some of it's in sewer as we go through this. They used to have 4 environmental control officers pre-recession. They only have 2 now. So they're wanting to add 1 more. And then they want to move 10% of an environmental control foreman from the water department into landfill because that's where they're actually doing the work. And then their household disposals for landfill are increasing, their hazard disposals are increasing pretty significantly, so they wanted to add a little money to that line item so they don't go over budget. Those are all the general fund departments. So the transit department for the bus system, they are looking for an additional grant match of $66,300. They have not requested an addition to this grant match since 2016. The grant match currently is $400,000, so they'd be increasing it to $466,300. And it's due to increases in the MV transportation contract, which is the bus drivers. RTC, which is the Transportation Fund 250. They're asking for 1 transportation traffic engineer. We currently have to pay for studies to be done through professional services on the big road projects, and so we'd be able to conduct our own. And we anticipate potentially being able to provide this service to developers who want to develop in our city as well down the road.
So I'd like to talk about that one.
Okay.
So overall, I really like the concept of what you're trying to do here. But it'll require probably some code adjustments, some fee schedules to be developed and things like that. So I'm contemplating discussing on this one that we kind of do it as a rollout to the industry because we have partners in our building trades with us. And so I want to discuss the option of starting this one October 1st and that you spend the next few months in a open discussion with the developers and everything about the changes that you want to make so that it's a participatory with a date for them to know that, this is where we're going. So I'd like to suggest that we consider doing that one October 1st and then we roll it out with our industry partners. So just want to.
Have you had an opportunity to talk to industry at all about this or some of the consultants?
Yes, we have. Darren Schultz for the record. I'm very happy to be here. Yes, we have. We use, Carson City personally uses 2 primary consultants that do this work, and so we reached out to both of them and let them know our plans. They did not seem to have any concern with it. They're so busy right now that it didn't bother them a bit. So this position is not just traffic engineering, although that's a big part of it. So we now, as RTC, we hire traffic engineering consultants to do work for RTC. That's going on now. And in addition to that, anytime a developer comes in and wants to do a project, we require the developer to hire a traffic engineer. So this position would get involved with both sides of that traffic engineering, and there would be less consultant, both as the city contracting and as the developer contracting. But that doesn't mean for bigger development projects that we would still require the developer to use a consultant to do it, because it's a much bigger plan. That's not something we're trying to do in-house. So even with, as development kind of ebbs and flows, we're not at this point trying to take it all on. We're just trying to take on the part that we could sustain into the future, that if the economy crashes, there's still going to be enough to do for this position in terms of traffic studies.
So if we mandate a traffic study, we're not mandating that they use our engineer to do the traffic study. That's not what you're contemplating.
We are contemplating that. So the idea is, if this position was approved, that we would come back in the future with code changes, development code changes, such that if a developer comes in, instead of them hiring a traffic engineer to do the study, they would basically hire the city to do the study, and we would get reimbursed from the developer to do the study. The reason we like that, and I've witnessed it in many eyes up there, when a consultant's traffic engineer comes up here and says, this development is going to have minimal impact on Carson City, I see the reaction, and we have a similar reaction. And the problem is, there's shades of gray when you're looking at traffic and impacts and how things affect it. And we just feel it would be better for the residents of Carson City if we were in control of those variables rather than a developer in control of those variables.
So I know Brad wants a comment. So do we feel like, I guess what the conflict in my head, or the concern I have in my head, is, on the one hand, the city mandates a traffic study, and on the other hand, they say, oh, by the way, you're going to have to pay us to do the traffic study. So I want to make sure there's enough separation there that the mandating of a traffic study is sort of sufficiently in code to be independent enough. Does what I'm saying to you make sense? I mean, if I'm a developer and I'm coming to you and I'm proposing something, and you say, oh, well, you're going to need a traffic study, and, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, we've got a traffic guy right down the hall that you can pay to do that traffic study. It almost looks like we're making them do the traffic study to support the position. So I want to make sure there's enough independence there that the traffic study is needed.
Yes, now that I understand your
Required.
question, and Lucia
So
can
does
be
that-
here. We only, the code is very clear when we do and when we don't demand a
Okay.
traffic study.
So we're not talking about changing that.
No.
So we're only talking about.
Who does it?
Okay, then I'm comfortable with this.
You're gonna use us.
Yeah, I'm okay with
Pay
that.
for it.
I'm okay with that. And I'm comfortable with this starting
So
July
let me-
1st. Go ahead.
Let me give you a perfect example. As a developer, I come in here and I'm proposing a project, and I have to provide a traffic study. So I hire my engineer, and he does a traffic study, and I tell my engineer, I want you out there at 6:45 and 3:45 doing your traffic counts, not at 8 o'clock and 5 o'clock.
Right.
Makes a very big difference in your traffic counts, which are then used to determine the impact, and then we end up footing the bill for any
Down the road.
differential between the impact that the developer created but didn't prove out to us.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good with it. And I disagree with Lori. I'm good with it right from the beginning, so.
Lucia
go ahead.
Maloney, Transportation Manager, thank you. And if I may, Supervisor, build on what you were saying there. And in that case, staff are spending upwards of 20 hours a week now reviewing traffic impact studies from developers. And if you take the example of developments coming in up on the hill in South Carson, every single study we get shows different numbers, right? And so having someone on staff that's experienced with the technical knowledge of traffic impact studies and traffic engineering to provide uniform and consistent numbers where developers also then have predictability on what the city's going to request, and expertise to review those traffic impact studies to know if the assumptions coming back in those studies make sense, or are practical. So those types of things. And if I may add to the code amendment discussion, there's different models of this out there. And we would have to work through that code amendment process with you all and through the process. But there are models where, you know, you have a traffic engineer internally, and then you also have a set of on-call traffic engineering firms, so maybe 2 or 3 firms. And when you could set up your fees where, you know, the developer could pay the city guy to do it, or if the city guy was too busy, or if they wanted a choice, an option, they could pick one of the firms on call that would still have the consistent numbers that are essentially employed by the city to make sure the results are consistent and predictable. But having that expertise on staff and having it now is something it's long overdue and really needed.
Yeah, and I like that to the point that this board made before it was on with some of the work on South Carson Street, where each sort of individual, as you said, you know, cherry picks not only the time that they do it, but also they do those studies independently of each other without sort of in a vacuum. And so I really like this concept because it brings up the exact point that Supervisor Bankowski made is that we need to look in totality of what's happening in an area, for instance, at South Carson Street. And having our own traffic engineer does just that.
How long is it gonna take us to work on the codes? Because we're not gonna be able to charge for the service, which is why I wanted to work on the start date.
Well-
I don't wanna put out $128,000 and it takes us a year to get the code done and we don't get any money.
Well, my
And we
comment-
also don't get to use them for their
Yeah.
report. I wanted to force everybody, and by putting a date on things, it makes the code match up to this date, which makes the developers now have to pay for it. So I guess I was interested in culminating the whole experience to happen together.
And my comment to that would be that if I were Lucia and Darren, I would want a traffic engineer expert to help us craft that legislation and conduct those meetings and hold those community discussions, because that's what they do. That's their bailiwick. So that's my reasoning for supporting it July 1. You know, we'll see where it goes, but that's just my opinion.
Well, how long is it gonna take us to put the code in place or whatever? I mean,
Well, frankly, the code is, you know, it's a wish list item, and it's an idea for a way to supplement the salary cost of that traffic engineer. But there is enough work now internally that has not been getting done at all. We're talking speed studies, stop sign warrants and traffic control warrants, traffic signal timing, you know, all of these activities, many of them federally required, that we're not doing at all now. And so that work can be funded and in my opinion, should be funded by RTC now. And that person, to your comment, Supervisor Giomi, can help and should help craft the code to make sure whatever we're doing is consistent with staff capabilities and also jives with where we want to go as a city in terms of traffic impact studies and what we want to ask of developers.
has this topic been through the RTC board?
No.
There's, to piggyback off of that, what has been talked about here and RTC is South Carson, the corridor, the developments that are going on down there. And there is enough going on right there that's coming into public works, that's coming into transportation, where we just don't have the expertise to kind of put it all together. So what do? We got to go out and we got to hire a consultant, a traffic engineer for a little study. Hey, can you look at this for us? How does this impact this? How does it compare? How will it look? we wouldn't have to do that anymore. So there's going to be immediate savings to RTC in terms of professional services or project budgets where we're not going to have to go and hire somebody professional to look at this for us because we don't currently have the expertise in-house. So when that stuff comes up, even right now, a sidewalk warrant, again, we're not licensed to do that. We have to hire a consultant for every sidewalk warrant we do. They have to stamp that. So this individual would take that also away from what we're currently using consultants to do. So I wanted to, consultants that the city is using, also the potential for consultants that developers are using. That would be the next step, but the need is immediate.
So how much did we spend then in city traffic studies last year?
We currently have a $25,000 a year contract for on-call traffic engineering services with Headway Transportation, formerly Traffic Works. We do expend those funds annually. And then in addition, we contract with our on-call traffic engineers. Currently, we have Headway, Kimley Horn, and LSC Transportation for on-call traffic engineers for various small studies, including we just recently contracted for a review of the 30% design for South Carson and some other things. So probably upwards of $100,000 a year or more.
That you were saying you were going to take out of the budget. You're not going to need those anymore.
I'm not saying that we're going to take those out of the budget, but there are opportunities where we could take those out of the budget.
We would reduce that. That would be reduced by, I would think a pretty good number, but there's still some of that that's needed, but certainly reduction, yes.
Okay. Well, go.
Just a comment, anecdotally, I saw a traffic study that was done in Lyon County for Fortune Drive for a commercial project there. And if you're familiar with Fortune Drive, there's an elementary school in the subdivision. So all the traffic for the school comes through the subdivision. So the developer had his traffic study done the first week of August.
No school.
No school. Nobody caught it. So having this position and having that skill position in staff would prevent mistakes like that. And I can tell you that it didn't end well for Lyon County.
This is really, really good discussion and questions. And this is just something that, we saw a weakness that we don't offer. And we need to be looking at this more holistically and not just one intersection or one little development at a time, but big. And that's really what we're here to present and get your opinion, your thoughts on it. That was the overall idea.
Well, I tend to agree with something either Lori or you said, that, when we get these traffic studies from developers, I get that, and what Brad said, when did you do the timing and all that stuff? It'd be awful nice to have our own non-biased analysis of what's going on there, and I think that would go a long ways to alleviating some of the concerns that our residents have got. When you do a development in their backyard, and they say, well, here's a traffic study that says it's not going to affect you at all. It'd be nice to be able to say, you know what, this is a non-biased study. They've looked at everything, and this is what their analysis is. And I agree with what Stacy said. I don't want them to be paying, even though we're going to charge them for it somehow. I'm generally against using fees to pay for services. I mean, it's just like going to court, get a misdemeanor fee, and we're paying court services on fines. All that does is, I won't go there.
Make them run the stop signs?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Tonopah or Mina, where you got 5 cop cars lined up in the beginning. Hey.
That's true, Tonopah.
So anyway, that's where, I got 2 lights on up here. I think John is first and then Brad, so. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hypothetical question. Had you had a traffic engineer of this sort on duty working for us 2 years ago, would that have alleviated the situation where you came with a request for an additional South Carson, which we, I think, denied for your future outlook of what the South Carson changes would be? And I'm now talking about the whole complete streets and what's going on down there.
If I'm correct and you're asking about the request in the redevelopment budget that we may discuss later, it's very likely that this may have reduced the need for that study.
Thank you. I thought that might be the case.
Brad, jump in.
Well, just going to your comments, Mayor, on charging developers back for these traffic studies, I think what we'll end up finding is that it will reduce the cost to the developer because they're already paying the fee to a private engineering firm who's probably charging a higher rate than we would because I suspect that we're going to be billing back actual cost and we won't have that profit and overhead factor in there.
That's what we expect. And further, if you think about this, day to day, staff meet with a developer, we talk about a traffic study. They pay for a traffic study from a private consultant. They get the draft, they send it to the city, we review it and we say, this doesn't smell right. Go back and give us some more information for here. And so then they pay more to have it revised and then staff spend more time to review it. All this time, staff are spending time, they're spending time. We really think on both sides there could be efficiencies gained.
I guess the only thing I'm still missing, and I just want it on the record because I want to clearly understand this. Now, I thought I heard you say that's kind of the wish list. So are you saying you're not going to work on this in the next year? What's the time frame? I don't like things just maybe sometime. That's not my.
I appreciate that. No,
my
if
nature.
approved, we intend to move forward on the code amendments immediately, and we want to follow the right process. One piece that's not visible on the budget side of these things is that, as you know, the Transportation Division is entirely grant funded, including federal competitive grants for capital projects, as well as funding that supports staff time for transportation planning through a CAMPO grant. And this transportation engineer would be eligible to charge time to those funding sources as well. So working on, if CAMPO does a planning study to look at the William Street corridor to advance preliminary engineering, they could charge to that grant. If the traffic engineer worked on advised on a road job, they could charge to that grant. So all of that would supplement and reduce the cost to RTC.
Other questions of either Darren or Lucian? Next, keep going.
All right, we got 3 more departments.
Don't go anywhere, you guys.
So there's street maintenance. They would like to promote one of their street techs to a senior street tech. It'll give them 3 crews. They currently have two street techs. Overtime and standby amounts are not sufficient. With last year's severe storms, the last couple of years, we've had severe storms. The requests keep increasing, so they're asking for an increase there. They're requesting a sign-making machine. We want to make our own signs, basically, as opposed to ordering out for them. They want to purchase a second backhoe. Right now, they're limited in the projects they can do because they only have 1 backhoe. So if they have 2, they could potentially do more projects. And then building repairs and tree care are increases to keep up with spending in the street maintenance fund.
And Sherry, the backhoe and the sign-making machine are going to be moved over to capital?
They will be implemented in capital, yes. Then there's the sewer and the water fund. I'm going to do these kind of together because they both have that environmental control officer, 60% in wastewater, and 25% in water. And then they would like to do another equity adjustment for one of their people in water, and he's split equally in water and sewer, 50-50. Oh, and I'm sorry, and there's a promotion in there too, as to a senior street water or senior water technician in the water fund that I missed.
Excuse me, a question.
Sure, jump in.
Equity adjustment says in parentheses, 50% wastewater. Does that mean 50% from wastewater, 50% from general fund, or what?
Sewer. So that person is split
50%
50-50.
wastewater.
Yes.
So Sherry, if I'm adding this up correctly, do the supplementals include requests for 14 additional FTEs?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, there has to be a half, because there's only a half-time fire inspector.
Yeah, I saw that, but I didn't count that.
Oh, you left them off?
Yeah.
There's a half.
Because it's not an FTE,
It's a half FTE.
but we can get rid of the position. What I'm concerned
Oh, I see
about
what
is
you're saying.
positions that are difficult to get rid of. Like, how many bodies are we actually adding to the FTE count?
6.
Going to 14.
No, I'm talking,
Oh, he said he wants to work on 6. No, teasing you.
you're not.
To be a.
I counted 11. Am I counting wrong? 1, 2,
For general fund?
that's part-time.
Funds.
Yeah, that's what I
3,
meant.
4,
6 FTE on.
5. That's part-time.
Well, I counted the 2
6.
DAS positions too.
Those are part-time. So those are part-time. So I counted 11.
Okay, so somewhere in the neighborhood of 11, 12.
Yeah.
I was talking about general fund only, is that right?
Oh, general fund only. Jesus Christ.
General fund?
1, 2, 3. 25% of the trails coordinator goes to general fund too, so that's 4, 5,
6 is the custodian. There's 1 there.
6. Yeah, so 6.25.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'd like to discuss the equity adjustments. I don't want to discuss any individual. I don't think it's necessarily appropriate in this light to talk about an individual. But I've talked in the past, so I know it's not going to be any new message for many of you because I'm pretty consistent in my thought process here. But I believe that one of the rights that as local governments have, we have collective bargaining. And therefore, we have contracts, and we have, 9 or 10 of them that we work on that have the conditions for what their pay is, and they collectively bargain for that. The equity adjustments are a city policy that is outside of those contracts, and I think cherry-picking employees to say that they are a superstar, which I personally believe we have a lot more than what I see on this list, so I want to be very clear to the employees. I think we have wonderful staff that work extremely hard. I just can't support saying only these 6 or 7 are entitled and these other 6 or 7 are not entitled because they happen to be in a fund that doesn't have any money. And so I'm very consistent in my methodology for the application of personnel, rules, raises, and I just think that we're making a mistake when we go outside the contract process, because I also think it sets us up for some employees feeling disenfranchised because their boss isn't putting them in for equity adjustments simply because they work on a grant or because they work in a fund that doesn't have any dollars in it. So I think they're all superstars that work for us. So again, I don't see the need to talk about individual in this because they're all great. I just think we're making a mistake if we do the equity adjustments, and I'd like to not approve them.
Melanie, can I ask you a question? I'll ask while you're walking up. My understanding was that equity adjustments in similar items were what got our previous system out of balance to the point to where we had to do the Pontifex study and kind of hit the reset button. So can you walk me through, like, if we grant equity adjustments, are we then throwing our system out of balance again?
No, the equity adjustments are done within the actual pay ranges that were established by Pontifex. So you wouldn't be creating new pay ranges. You would just be bumping an employee within the pay range that they're already in.
So give us the argument about why equity adjustment should be made at all. What is that argument?
Well, sometimes equity adjustments can be needed because of poor hiring decisions. If you hire someone who has the knowledge, skills, and abilities and years of experience to do the job, but you bring them in at the bottom of the pay scale to kind of test drive them, then you realize in a few years that they might be out of whack in comparison, internal equity comparison to other individuals who have been working for the city longer. That's one reason why you may need them. This equity policy has been in effect long before I became the HR director. So it hasn't been changed by any previous city managers.
Is it a policy, Melanie, or is it a practice?
It's a policy.
What, a board-approved policy?
It's approved, well, I don't know how policies were approved prior to 2010. After 2010, the board gave the authority to the city manager to approve policies, but this policy has been in effect prior to that time.
Okay. Is it a written policy or is it a practice?
Yes, sir, it's a written policy.
Okay. So if we take out equity adjustments, are we going against that policy?
If you take them out of supplemental requests, no, it's a completely discretionary decision on your part whether or not you want to approve an equity
So we wouldn't be violating the
adjustment.
policy then if we talk, if,
Policy does not require that you approve an equity adjustment.
okay, I get it now. I thought it was the other way around, what you're telling me there. Okay, I understand now. All right, sorry, I jumped in there. Stacy?
So just to be clear, the policy and the equity adjustments that are before us today went through that policy, were reviewed for content and merit by IFC, and are being brought forward, I guess I'll ask Nancy, are being brought forward today because they've been through that review policy.
Right, they went through the IFC for the supplemental requests, and then they were recommended to be brought forward today.
But are they reviewed for merit?
Yes.
Okay, so so there's not a scenario where I, as a department head, come in and say, I want to do an equity adjustment because Brad, here's my buddy, and I think he should have 5% more. That's not what happens, correct?
No.
I mean, I know that's not what happens, but I just want you to say that, that's not what's happening.
There's backup documentation, that they provide of why, why they're requesting the equity adjustment.
And is there any sense by either you or Melanie's or HR director that doing these equity adjustments, because I agree with Lori in the sense that we do have the CBAs, and I want to make sure that we aren't singling out people because they're Darren's favorite or Jen's favorite or whatever the case may be. Are both of you comfortable that the process that we go through is sufficient to ensure that that kind of favoritism isn't going on?
I believe so. We take it case by case and look at the backup they're giving us, and I don't see any favoritism. What might happen are there departments that are out there that would like to give their employees an equity adjustment, but they don't come to IFC and request it. So there may be that out there.
But they could.
Right.
Mel?
The current policy requires the city manager to approve equity adjustments.
Thank you.
Go jump in.
But let's talk, and I'm going to put you on the spot because that's the reality, and it's probably my personal pet peeve. You had the ability to do these without coming to us, and you brought them to us to make the decision. You did not grant these, correct?
Right. It got to, throughout the year, there's just more and more equity adjustments that were coming through. And so I thought maybe, and they were outside of the budget process, so we weren't necessarily looking. I think we were, the departments would know if they had salary savings and all that, but I think we kind of, I guess I kind of decided after discussing with the board that we should maybe bring those during the budget process so that we knew where we were in the budget when we were bringing them.
John, jump in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good for you. Were there any equity adjustments brought to you that you did not pass on for us to approve or disapprove in this go-round?
I have the full list of items. Let me look.
Or maybe a better way to ask it, were any denied by IFC?
Definitely throughout the year, I remember denying some requests. Definitely throughout the year, I remember denying some, well, I remember Nancy denying some requests at IFC.
Yeah. So throughout the year, we have denied, just in years past. We don't grant every equity adjustment.
And so this is the first year you're bringing them to us?
Mm-hmm.
So in this group that came from the departments asking you for IFC, in this go-round of IFC, were there any that were denied?
I'm not sure.
On the supplementals, no. We brought them all. But this past year, we did definitely in IFC deny requests.
When you weren't bringing them to us in the budget process?
Right.
Gotcha. Thank you.
But just to clarify, the ones here passed muster, passed your internal review, and were not denied and then brought to us to be reconsidered, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
And
thank
they
you.
went through the same scrutinization
Right.
that the ones prior
That's what I
that
thought. I
had
just wanted
been
to
denied,
confirm. Thank
went through.
Well, then I'm just going to have to put you on the spot, Nancy, and then if you want me to approve, why? Why do you want to go outside of the contracts? What is causing? Because we have seen how many on the latest IFC reports. We're seeing a volume of equity adjustments. And I just don't understand. Why isn't our current system, if you're a superstar, you can get 5.5% of a pay, right? There's already three, you're meeting your 3%, 4, 5.5. Why is that not sufficient? That I have to say that Johnny, and I'm not going to talk about anybody in here because I'm just not going to do that, but
Yeah,
What-
just talk about me.
I am. So how is it that you can tell me Johnny is so much better than Nancy, so I'm going to give Johnny another extra 5%? I really have a tough time with that. Because I think it's up to individual bosses, and I want to know why the guy from DAS isn't here as Tad saying, every one of my employees deserves an extra 5% because they're working harder, their volume is great. The BLS guy ought to be in here saying I did 50% more calls than I thought I was going to do, and I am a superstar. I don't understand what you get to do to make the apples and oranges decision. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get to, is why does this guy stand out so well and no one else does to deserve that bump outside of the contracts?
May I? Okay. So
Happy to be here?
I am still happy to be here. I promise. This is good.
Not personal.
This is good. I'm not taking it personally. Let me just give you two examples that come to mind for me personally. Johnny. So the range that we're hiring Johnny in is an $80,000 to $100,000 range. So when he gets hired, based off of experience, Johnny gets hired at $82,000 starting salary. But during the negotiation process, it's discussed that that Johnny has 20 years of good experience, but he doesn't have any government experience. So we're going to bring you in low at 82, and we're going to see how quickly you get up to speed on government experience. So we start him at 82,000. So then you fast forward 3 or 5 years, and now Johnny has worked for in government experience and has picked it up really, really, really quick. So through the process, through his normal raises, he's he's making $87,000 just through normal raises. But when I compare Johnny to other people in his class, they're making $98,000. So what I'm trying to do is to get Johnny up closer to his peers within Carson City he is performing at their same level. And I don't want to wait to get him there every year. You know, I want to prove to him that his ability to grab it, to learn quickly, that we're bringing him in. Now, we could have hired Johnny at $90,000 right out of the gate and said, now we expect you to learn this, but we all know it's harder you don't know until they're in there, they're trying to do it. So that's an example of where you want to get that, bring that person along and get them up to where they should be. And it's especially when you have other people within that same class doing that same type of work that are so far ahead of them, you want them to feel equal. The other thing I look at is we really do have to, there is a consideration of staff and good and valuable staff, and making sure that they are aware that they're doing a good job and they're appreciative. And if they're making, $87,000 at Carson City, and that same pay range, they can take the knowledge that they learned at Carson City and they can go to the city of Reno and start at 102. That I want to do what I can. I can't pay them 102, but I want to do what I can to keep them here in Carson City, because that asset, when they're a good employee, that asset to what they're providing to residents of Carson City, there's a lot of value to that. And if they do leave, then you start back here again. And so think of the time, the process, the learning curve of what goes through to repeat everything you've just done. So those are just two things that, and I take this, I'm just speaking for myself, my peers can speak as well, but I take these very seriously, and I do not bring them forward unless they are very well vetted again and again, and we meet and we discuss and we compare, and it's not a quick reaction of throwing this out there. Let's give this person a bump. And in terms of Public Works, they're all great employees, and I would love to give them all equity adjustment. It's not that I wouldn't. It's just for these cases where it's out of whack. It's not quite right, and we gotta make it right. That's when I bring it forward, is for those cases.
If I may, so how is it fit your scenario of Johnny at 82,000 and 3 or 4 years he gets better and he's like the guys that have been there and you want to match him up better? How's that fair to the guys, all the other ones in your department at the same classification that also started at 82,000 and went through year by year steps and didn't get a big jump? That's why you have collective bargaining agreements that keeps it fair.
Yes,
I guess that's what I'm worried about.
In that case that I was talking about, so they both sets of employees have 15 years of experience, but the ones that have been at the city for 15 years, they have 15 years of city experience. The employee I brought from outside has 15 years of private experience, but no city experience. So they're going to end up with all of this private knowledge, which is relatable, but you can't start them in higher up in the salary until you see what they can do with city government. It's different, and it's just a matter of them. So it's not like you don't typically take I probably shouldn't be using age, but you don't take a 20-year-old and move them up equal to 45-year-olds. I mean, levels of years of experience matter. I'm talking about people that are in similar levels of experience, but maybe of a different type of experience.
I got a couple more questions here. Braden and John.
So, Darren, can you give me your thoughts on why we're seeing such an uptick in number of requests for equity adjustments, and how do we solve that issue? Because obviously that is not the preferred method to get people to the right pay rate. So this hasn't been an issue so much in the past, it's becoming an issue. So I think maybe where Lori's going, and she can correct me if I'm incorrect, I think that there's a sense that we're getting off track and we want to see how we get back on track, and this isn't our preferred method up here for doing it.
I should have prepared for that question and I didn't.
That's because I didn't slip it to you in advance.
But I think there's a due diligence process in place at the IFC, and they have to be given the authority to dive deep on this and not be afraid to say no. Lord knows they've told me no. But I also think that, you know, it needs to be looked at in terms of how many departments are bringing forward. So if you have a department of 10, maybe you're bringing one forward. If you have a department of 100, maybe you're bringing 2 forward. I would think there would be some way to look at it objectively, to just say, yes, all of our employees are great, we want to give them all raises, or, you know, hey, this has to be reasonable here, and we can't approve every one. That's a good question, and I don't have a great answer.
I think.
John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Lori and I have had discussions about this in the past, and I kind of take the view that you take, although I feel it's unfortunate that you used the example you used, because I don't have a lot of government experience. Of course, I'm probably paid what I'm worth, but the truth, it's also possible. Stacy and his sarcasm, I love it. But I tend to agree with the idea that there are certain people. I'm not going to make myself popular now, but I go by a guideline I call the 80-20 guideline, which was propounded by an economist a long time ago, and I like to use the clothing example. In your clothes closet, you have all these clothes, and you go into it, and almost all the time you select the same things to wear. So 80% sits in there while you wear the 20% 80% of the time. And this is true of the sales force. In the sales force, 80% of the sales are made by 20% of the people in the sales force, and 20% are made by the other 80. So I don't necessarily think in any given universe, I'm not now trashing Carson City employees, in any given universe, that 80-20 rule goes. So I like the idea that we can get outside the situation. But we just went through a long period of talking about, we want to make sure in a bargaining unit that we have people in a defensible system that's equitable. So I understand Brad's. My question to you, though, doesn't relate to all that. My question to you is, strangely enough, the other side of the equation. How long have you been the Public Works Director, and how many people have you fired?
Too long?
Too long and not enough, or just too long?
I have been the director about 4 or 5 years. I don't know exactly. I apologize. I've been with the city for 10 years.
5.
5 years. 5 years. Okay.
5 good years.
That was nice.
I agree with that.
I've fired too many people. I mean, we're
Any
maybe
number you can give me?
20 or 30,
And how many are on your staff?
140.
Well, thank you for that. That makes me think differently about this a little bit. That's all I have.
Tad or Ally, you want to jump in here?
Well, not all the individuals have a bargaining unit. The one employee that I'm bringing forward, he doesn't have a bargaining unit. And when I brought him on, I did ask for a higher rate. I went to IFC, and that was denied at the time. It's an individual with over 25 years law enforcement experience. He's done a great job. And he took a pay cut coming here. And in my view, he's earned it. He does a great job. I rely on him. And you're absolutely right. We have great employees. It's one thing I do enjoy about Carson. And, you know, I've been here just over 5 years, and I've had good employees, I've had bad employees, and I've had to address each one individually on how they've been rated. I've had to terminate people, I've had to write people up, and some people get rewarded. But when they don't have a bargaining unit to go forward and to fight for those rights, in my view, it's his daily actions. And then that's my job as his boss, to come here and go for that for him. So that's what I have.
Ally Bannister for the record. Again, our juvenile probation officers aren't part of a collective bargaining agreement. And in my particular case, without going specifically into detail, he is our supervising, one of our supervisors in our probation department, and he is currently making less than the topped out juvenile probation officers that he's supervising. So that's something that's concerning to me. I believe that the people that he supervises, he needs to make more than them. Thank you.
So may I say something else too? And maybe what bothers me the most is each of us, when you hire on to a position, you negotiate, you come in at your rate. So Johnny's 82,000. You know what the pay scales, you know what the hiring practice is, and you know what the rules are. So I guess it's, to me, the rules of the game. And so while he took the position, he decided to take the cut. Your person decided to jump the classification and go into the senior because the long term is they will make more money because that range on the salary, he just happened to bump across somebody maybe that's in the lower one that's been there 20 years, so he's topped out. So again, my bigger concern is the employee is the first driver in the negotiation to the salary when they're hired on. And you come to an agreement and I say, I'll take the job for 82,000. I made that decision. I knew that the requirements or the issues in the job pays XYZ benefits and that I'm eligible for whatever pay raise or agreement is in the collective bargaining agreement, whichever one it might be. So, and I know we have all different ones and you get different answers, but you know what you're hiring into. And that's what bothers me is I don't see how all the other employees in the collective bargaining unit get a chance to get a salary adjustment. And why aren't they all entitled to them? I just think we set ourselves up. I don't know.
Going to ask, before I got two lights up here, going to ask the city manager, what's your criteria for giving an equity adjustment? What's the analysis show? And is it written in a policy what you'll consider?
Yes, it's in the policy. I think they have to be here for a year. And yeah, let me see if I can pull it up.
Fortunately, we have a great policy and procedure manual online, so Nancy can pull that up and give you, but there are guidelines for that.
So can I do something and put her on the spot while she's looking something up?
Yeah, there, I got it.
And you don't have to answer it if you don't want to.
You might not like my answer.
No,
but I will
I
certainly
prefer,
answer it.
I think the greatest part is to have good open discussion. So do you think equity adjustments overall, are these right? Or should they be rare? I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm seeing a proliferation of them lately versus it's a rare one-off thing I need to fix. I don't know. I'm asking you're honest, just.
I haven't seen any significant increases since I've been in this position. It seems like they do come on a rather regular basis. It's something certainly that we can look into to see what other jurisdictions do with their equity adjustment policies and see if there's something that we're missing in ours that might make it a little bit less discretionary.
Okay, I got a couple questions down here. I don't know who's first.
Do you want me to answer the
go ahead.
policy question? We pulled
Answer
it
the
up.
policy question. Go ahead.
So when a newly hired employee's salary exceeds that of a current career employee by more than 5%, if they're in the same or similar classification, and if the new employee has comparable or less relevant experience. And when there's a salary inequity between a supervisor and the employee supervised, when an employee begins handling more complex cases tasks for the department after serving more than 2 years in a position, and when a compensation study indicates the hourly rate established for the classification is below market. I just wanted to say one more thing as far as the uptick and what I think is part of it, and Melanie probably knows better than me, but I think it's the market. I remember when Tad brought his employee in, we were scrutinizing every new hire that we were doing. And, we went back and forth with Tad, can we get him to come in at a lower rate? So, and now I think the market is doing better. So we have private, outside, even other governments that are willing to pay these employees at a higher rate. So I think that's what caused the uptick.
Okay, I got some questions here. Brad, go, and then Stacy just lost his.
Our mics are going again.
That means it's been going too long, so we got to kind of shorten up the discussion here.
So I wanted to clarify something.
Eric's going back there.
Nancy, so if I understood you correctly, in the past, the equity adjustment request came to IFC and they made the decision, and we didn't bring it through the budget process. But this time, all of the requests for equity adjustments went to IFC and then were brought forward here with no prior denials. Is that correct?
That's correct. Because we wanted to, I think the conversation was we wanted to make sure that the funding would be there, and so that way we'd be doing it during the budget process.
So my concern about that change in process is that I don't know that we're qualified up here to vet all the equity adjustments position by position during the budget process. So I'd rather have you be making that decision, which I originally thought you had made, but the fact that they all got brought forward to us makes me think that that didn't happen.
No, I asked that question specifically. I asked if they vetted these for merit and to bring them forward. So in other words, if we were not making the decision on all of these, would you have made the decision to go forward?
Yes. So IFC did vet. It used to be that they would bring it to IFC just throughout the year and we would approve or deny. Through the middle of the year, when it started to be where there was quite a few requests coming in, we decided to wait and have it go through the budget process so that we knew that the funding would be available for the equity adjustments. We can change that.
Well, no, where I'm confused is that you previously said that in the past, actually, Sherry said it, that requests were denied in past years. But they've all been brought forward to us today. So I don't understand how they were vetted, but none of them were denied unless you tell me that's a one-off.
That's just a one-off. If we felt that it should have been denied, then we wouldn't have included on the supplemental list.
I think, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think what the city manager is trying to do and has basically made this clear to all the department directors and elected officials, bring us your equity adjustments during budget and don't bring them again throughout the year. So what you have before you today are all the equity adjustments that will be approved for fiscal year 2020. No others.
So no others.
But
would,
again, I don't want to speak out of turn for Nancy, so
So
I'll let her.
can we confirm that on the record?
Right. So that's the direction that we were going in, is to wait and have it go through the budget process.
With no additional equity adjustments allowed during the year? I mean, that's the crux of what we're trying to get to. We're trying to understand the process because the process has changed, and I feel like it's trying to pull teeth to get clarification on how this new process is supposed to work. I mean, it's very difficult to try to get what the direction is intended to be.
That is the direction. I'm just thinking in my head, there may be a one-off, some crazy thing that happens. But for the most part, I would like it to just go through the budget process.
Well, if that's where you're going, then how can there be a one-off coming in the future?
then there wouldn't, because we'll make it that the policy, and then going forward, they'll all come through the budget process, but I had to think a little bit in
But
case
part of the
they're-
process is that they're still vetted by IFC, so you're looking, as Stacy said, you're still looking at the merits, you're still doing the comparisons, because I don't want that job, because I'm not qualified for it.
And all of the supplemental requests, aside from equity, new positions, new job descriptions were created before they came to you. Reclassifications all went through the vetting process and followed our procedure. So just like the equity adjustments, all of these other positions did that as well.
I would just like to say, I wouldn't want to handcuff the city manager's hands. I mean, if we have an employee that is, for whatever reason, I can't think of every scenario, but we're on the verge of losing Darren as our Public Works Director. I'm just using that as an example.
I thought you were happy to be here.
You have a ball and chain, you cannot leave. But just as an example, I mean, there would, I mean, I could foresee us, because we don't know what, I could see a scenario where then if you needed to do an equity adjustment during the year, that would be something you would bring to us as opposed to making an IFC decision along the same lines as having to bring a position to us that wasn't approved in the budget, correct? I mean, is that
Correct,
kind of your
yeah.
line of thinking?
Yeah, I could either bring it to an actual meeting or, just have discussions with the board. But that's why I was kind of hesitating on that,
Right, because I don't
100%,
want,
because there could be that one scenario where.
I don't think we should handcuff you in saying that they absolutely can't happen, but I think the board should be involved in making that decision if that's the step we're going to take.
Right, and actually on the supplementals that are coming before you today, they had previously requested to come to IFC and throughout the year, and we had them wait to go through the budget process.
Okay, I got two more is your light on? You
Well,
done?
yeah, so the only downside to that is that on the one-off situations, we're going to be potentially talking about the merit of an individual employee at a public meeting. And so I'm not sure that that's a really good idea. I think you guys probably need to think about how you want to handle this going forward. And maybe
Well, and.
have a board policy.
You want to answer that, and then I don't know if John turned his light on or off there, but Supervisor Barrett.
Well, I don't know if we're near the end, but.
Oh, you got to, okay.
Gotta make a quick run.
You got to make a quick run. Okay,
There's another speech in our future.
all right. City manager, what do you say?
I was just going to add, how we got here today, because it is a very difficult process, and, we're not going to be able to do this for every employee, so we were just looking at different ways, that we can somehow make it fair, and then make sure that the funding is available, before we're giving the equity adjustment. So that's how we got here today.
I tend to agree with, I understand where Lori's coming from, and I could vote down that way, but I'm concerned now that, I'm gonna be penalizing people, and maybe perhaps losing people. So I guess my own druthers on at least this particular issue would be to say, I'll bite my tongue and say the equity adjustments, I'll go with that, but I want you to come back with a policy that says, this is how we're gonna do it from the future. You got part of your policy written now, which ones are gonna come to the board, which ones may not, with some degree of granularity in it. And then we can go down the road. That's kind of where I'm falling out on this debate. It's an excellent debate, though. I don't want you to think it's not. And I guess one of the reasons this debate is shown is that, that's why we have IFC do these things and not bring them here, because we're having these debates of talking about people's livelihood and individuals, period. And we don't really want to do it like that. So I agree with Lori, we need to do it on a generic basis. So, but I think, listening to the debate, that's kind of where I am, but we probably got more questions, and maybe I'll change my mind. John?
No, I earlier said that, good for you, Nancy. I think that was a wise decision. I agree, though, with what Stacy and the mayor and even Lori and Brad have said to a degree, and that is, we hired you, and you are the manager of the city. So I think you do need to figure out exactly how you want to handle this, but it does need to be clear to everybody what's going to be done. And I tend to agree with the mayor. I'll take this one because you brought it to us, but if you go forward, and I'll just state the facts, which Darren already stated. If you go forward, now that there's money in the system, Reno's going to bid us up. We're going to end up bidding ourselves up on keeping people, et cetera. So that's the other side of this that's a problem. But you've got this before us today, so I'll just have to make a decision how I'm going to vote.
Okay. Let's just kind of take stock of where we are. Let's talk about any other issues that we've got on the we're on the supplementals. Any other issues we've got on the supplementals? And then, because I think we ought to make a motion that says that, we either approve the supplementals with these caveats or these conditions or these changes, and then we can debate that and go on, because these are wonderful debates, but at some point in time, we got to be solemn and make the decision. So,
Want me to start off there?
sure, start, go.
So I'm happy with the supplementals as submitted with the change on the clerk start date to the March 2020 date. The library senior office specialist is going to only be funded if we get an MOU.
Wait a minute, where am I on library? Just a second. Okay. This
Oh,
library,
I cheated, I wrote it out. So-
oh, you cheated.
I know.
Okay.
I know we're gonna- too
Yeah,
much
you never
paper.
cheat, come on.
So
much
Lori,
paper.
I think part of that discussion was that any grant-funded or donation-funded position, we
We
would
did
want.
that earlier on the sheriff's position too,
Okay.
that they're getting.
I just want to make sure that it's not just this one particular.
No, I think the only one on
position.
here that's a grant funded or donation though was the library that we were adding, I think. But yeah, I'll live with that. I think that's actually a policy in general. I agree with Brad there, that we're trying to make a policy statement that if it's donation or grant money, it needs the MOU that,
Well, yeah, except but there's different bargaining. I mean, so
right.
It's
I'm just
not
saying we're
gonna
not
work in-
hiring them unless we get an agreement.
but you're specific to this
Yes.
senior office specialist. That's your
Yes.
motion.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And on the 225,000 for the reserve study and the 75,000, that the 75 is not, they're both one time. Let me just say it that way. Then come back next year with the fuller plan.
I didn't understand that one, so that would be,
He wanted it was 225,000 in Public Works 101 was 225,000, and the 75,000 of that was supposed to be added as an ongoing. I want to make it just a one-time.
okay, that's not in here right now, though, right?
Yes, it is. It's part of the
Okay, one time.
225. It was a
Okay.
combined
All right,
line. So I just want to make it all one time. The 30,000 and the 150,000 from the sign and the backhoe in Public Works will be moved to capital. In the interest of just moving on, I'm really not in support of the equity adjustments for everything that I've said. But I'm willing to move on as long as the city manager, we're gonna have to have a policy. Because I need fairness, I can't do it. So, anyway, those are the things I saw that I thought we should,
Second that.
okay?
any other changes before we can
Did
discuss?
we miss anything?
Yeah, I would just, instead of stipulating those two items, that anything that's capital would be transferred to capital, because there's some building maintenance funds in here, some of which could end up being capital. You just won't know it till it occurs.
I think we got to know what,
They're not, they're maintenance.
Well, they could be capital. You
Well-
could end up having to buy a new elevator out of that $90,000.
Then she'll do that out of the break fix. That's in
Exactly.
capital. Nope, she'll
Yeah, for capital
capitalize it.
items, we will make sure they're in the right place, because we can't capitalize them if they're not in the right place.
All right, any other items that we want to talk about on supplemental? All right, that's the motion we're going to make.
Okay.
So we'll entertain a motion
Okay.
to approve the supplemental.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
Okay. I move to approve the Carson City FY 2020 tentative budget and direct staff to incorporate the supplemental requests as presented with the clerk starting March 2020, the library senior office specialist requiring an MOU before it can be hired, the $225,000 for the Public Works request for the reserve study and professional services be one time. The backhoe and sign making move to capital, and in the event there's any other capital that we missed, be moved to the capital budget.
There's a motion, excuse me. There's a motion and a.
And, and return to the board, I don't think I really need that, return to the board with a final budget adoption at the public meeting scheduled for May 20th, 2019. Oops, maybe I need that public hearing part.
You better do that or you're going to be in
Yeah.
jail. You're going to be in jail.
Yeah, just in case.
The tax department will shut you off, so, all right. John, did you have a comment?
No, just.
Your light was on.
It's time, oh, I'm sorry, I'll turn it
sorry.
off, but we're just in discussion, but we're gonna vote, right?
Yeah, we'll have there's a motion by Supervisor Bagwell, a second by Supervisor Bunkowski. Everybody understand the motion? Before we just, okay, on the motion, discussion.
I just want to say, earlier today, I talked about the wonderful, and I want to stress that my 80-20 comments during the immediately preceding discussion don't mean I think that we have bad employees. But I do think that there are some differences in the level people put in. I'd like to see that change. I said earlier, I want every employee in this city to go around and pick up anything they find wherever they find it. So we can make ourselves not only a beautiful city psychologically, but a beautiful city actually. So I'm just adding that. It doesn't much matter to this motion, but we're all in this together.
All right. You got that right. We're in the community together. Okay, I didn't ask before. I think we've got a lot of employees out here, but I'll ask now because we usually do. Public comment. Employees are.
We ran the public off.
But if you're members of the public as well. So if you want to get up and say something, now's your chance, or forever hold your tongue. Stephanie's going like this. Okay. Yeah, we love you, Stephanie. That's all right. All right. I didn't hear any public comment on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
No, there I am, yes, now. I was kicked
I
out.
don't see who all did what, so it looks like we've got 5 yeses. Is that right? All right, 5 yeses. All right. Let's now take up the next.
Or you can take a break.
Oh, yeah, let's take a break. John,
Take a quick break.
let's 5:10. Let's come back at 5:10. That's fine. Okay. Ready to
I
talk
am,
numbers
sir.
again?
I
You get-
am.
Did you get a donut?
I did. I'm gonna
Fired up
survive
for
the
about
next
20
couple
minutes?
hours.
Okay.
Hopefully it doesn't take that long. Hopefully it doesn't take that long.
All right.
All right, so this is the
Pam, you
capital.
okay too?
I'm good.
All right, good. Let's take up the capital improvement projects.
All right, so this is the capital improvement plan for 2020. I pointed out that $7,700,000 line on the budget for general fund. And so we had $10.7 million in requests from the general fund, and we whittled it down to 7.7, which is actually amazing amount of money to be able to pay from savings and from the general fund without going out to bond. So this first slide is just the revenues, and then the expenses are below. So the landfill revenue and the general fund transfer, the two big dollar amounts that are there, that's $7.1 million that's going to be transferred to 210 if approved. And then there's a little bit of interest, and then that property tax, that 5 cents, we actually get about 700,000 of that. Part of it pays debt, and then the 337 is the balance available for capital. So in total, in the 210 fund, we've got $7.5 million. So down below is the expense side. I've got a whole bunch of slides for that. So start going through those. So this one, the break fix is just for things that pop up during the year that are completely unexpected, but have to be fixed. So we have a starting value in fiscal year 2020 of $326,000.
What's the existing break fix budget for right now?
Right now,
that we've approved in the
I believe
last
it's about
budget?
250,000
Okay, so we're.
to get us through the
bumped
rest of
that
the
up?
year.
Okay.
Yes.
We had 300,000. That's our balance. Never mind.
I think that's our balance after a few items got approved by IFC for break fix.
So couldn't have started at 250 if we have 350 in the fund.
Oh, 19 started at 300 and something. We always started around 350.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying it, you bet.
Sorry, didn't understand the question. Okay. No, we're not going backwards, only forward. So on here, there's some capital for the automatic voter registration. That's one of the biggest items on this first slide. It's just equipment and software needed to implement that. And then throughout this, you're gonna see fleet vehicle replacement. That's a consolidation of what we approved for vehicles. So I will have, I promise, a vehicle spreadsheet where I'll show you every vehicle from every department. But as we go through this total thing, I just bulked it together. So if there's no questions on that page, the next page is the IT. And again, this is just capital. So the ERP software is by far the biggest item on this page. That is our final amount that we should owe for this ERP implementation. On the next slide, I have some really great news on this slide. The two large items I want to talk about on this slide is the playground replacement program. It's for systematic replacement of equipment for safety reasons at the various playgrounds of the city. And I think we have other funding for that. So Lori was amazing. She looked through all this and found some money that was undesignated and asked us to work with the parks, and we are able to move that to a different fund. So I'll talk about that more when we get to that fund. And then also the rifle range safety improvements of $250,000. So that's matching money. So we're currently working with different federal programs, and we're looking at either a 10% match or a 25% match. So we have the potential to get $1 million to $2.5 million to do safety improvements out at the rifle range. Yeah, so we're looking at potentially paying for 50% of that match out of quality of life. Quality of life. So once we get there, again, I'll talk more about that. And then, so if we move those out, then the general fund obviously wouldn't have to transfer as much in. So at that point, right now, we saw earlier I was at 8.31% fund balance. If we move those out, that 425,000, we'd be at 8.89. So, and then on this slide, also landfill, it has its own revenue that we transfer into 210 for equipment. So that's what that list of assets is for, that strictly that landfill equipment. On this slide, facilities maintenance, one of the largest items is the Pete Livermore Sports, the asphalt out there. It's about 50-50. We're gonna pay for $300,000 out of here and then $300,000 out of the extraordinary maintenance fund. And if you've been out there, the cracks are really huge. There's kids and adults running around out there, so it's a safety issue. And then, there's also the radio system on here. This is the first step in a 3-year replacement system for the radio replacement program.
Is it the same amount for each of the 3 years?
No, it's not.
So where's the HVAC system for the
It'll be,
courthouse?
the remainder will be back a few slides, because I've got the 5-year plan in here.
Just kidding.
Oh, I just lied to you. Yes, it is the same amount for 3 years. Sorry. There's too many assets in here. He was asking about the HVAC for the courthouse. Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question about the HVAC?
I'll kind of be facetious. Where's the courthouse HVAC replacement?
It's on the slide.
Okay, all right.
So, and then on the last slide, this is the sheriff's department equipment. One of the largest item on here is the NIBRS reporting upgrade that we have to do. And so that $7,471,000 matches to the first slide where we had the revenue. So that's basically the 210 fund. The next slide, as promised, is the fleet vehicles for the general fund. I'm sorry, it's very small. I tried to reduce it as much as, or make it as big as I could. But these are the various vehicles we're looking at replacing. And I wanted to point out, Zach Good over at Fleet gives us a huge spreadsheet of every single vehicle in the city and his 5-year plan on replacing them based on their age, mileage, and exactly the needs of the city, how much maintenance they're taking. He does a cost-benefit analysis on every single vehicle. And we try to replace everyone he asks us to, but sometimes they get pushed.
I should know the answer. I don't want to revisit things, but are vehicles part of the asset management program?
No, they're not.
Okay.
I think they're looking at doing it in the future, but not the one we're planning right now.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so if there's no questions, we'll move on. Transit fund, these are 2 buses. Transit is funded by the FTA grants, so these 2 buses will be grant funded. There's a regional transportation fund. We talked about this a little bit already. There's the big South Carson Street project. This is the Tiger grant money. All the money that came in for NDOT and for the Tiger, or for the project this year, have already been budgeted. So that, if not done, will roll forward into 20.
Can I ask what the safety improvement program is? I'm just curious.
Yes. It's safety needs that are identified if they have to put a crosswalk in or put a stoplight in at a certain intersection. So they're just planning for those.
So it's a hold for
It's a
potential
hold
improvements.
for potential
Thank you.
improvements, yeah.
We're pulling it out as a separate line item now to identify it for grant purposes instead of having it embedded.
Yeah.
See, I paid attention. They're smiling. I'm like, I paid attention at a
Here's the street maintenance fund. We talked about this, $815,000 as well. So there's $150,000 for signals and then vehicles and equipment.
And again, those signals are not, it's not a planned signal at any one place, it's just signal maintenance. Thank you.
This is the quality of life fund. So we're looking at that undesignated balance, the 197. We're looking at using 125 of that for the rifle range. And that was, again, Miss Supervisor Bagwell, thank you very much for pointing that out and working that out. And then, of course, they have some irrigation upgrades. They're doing the aquatic facility plumbing replacement. Those are the big projects in there.
And those are ongoing amounts, correct?
No, those are just projects that need to be upgraded in 2020 from the quality of life capital.
I think on the 5-year plan.
I'll ask again when we get to the 5-year plan, because they're ongoing on the 5-year plan.
Well, and some of the 5-year plan, like for the roofing, we identified certain projects for 2020, but I was trying to reduce that list a little bit, so I put just the hold for roofing fixes in the same line item. So we're not fixing the senior center all 5 years. It just happens to be in that line item.
So we're not spending 1.5 million on the fire station roof?
No. Yeah, no, that is just for citywide roofing projects for the out years.
So the first year.
The first year is specific, and then it's for roofing for out years, yes. I'm sorry, the list was already 7 pages long, so I was trying to make it readable. I know, I'll just split it out next year and it'll be 9 pages long, it'll be fine. So it may be that there's aquatic facility maintenance for $200,000 every year, but it won't be specific to plumbing. So, okay, so the 911 surcharge, this is specific to the Tiburon software replacement. This is the $100,000 we talked about earlier. And then extraordinary maintenance, this is the 5%, the 665,218 that we said we were going to put in extraordinary maintenance. I think back in November, you guys made that decision. So that's 5% or 5 cents of the sales tax. And then they're doing a couple roofing projects in here, and then as I talked about before, the Pete Livermore Sports Complex asphalt.
Question on the Pete Livermore, do we think we're gonna get this one out to bid quickly? So that they have it? Sorry, I'm dead. I'm dead again. Okay. I'll use his. So, I was gonna say, I pushed it. It's not liking me. Are we gonna be able to get the Pete Livermore Park project out right away? Are we gonna wait for the summer? What are we gonna do on that?
Dan Stuckey, city engineer, for the record. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely, we can start design on it now and get it ready to go. So when the funding becomes available, we can
It's
get
great,
it
because
out.
it's in bad
Yeah.
shape. Bad shape.
All right, the residential construction fund. So in fiscal year 19, there's over $500,000 undesignated. So we're going to push 300,000 forward so that they can do that the parks in 20. So when we do the fund balance, we'll reduce that undesignated in 19 and push it forward to 8 to 20 so that $300 playground is in 20 for the final budget, if it's approved.
Just if I could make a comment here too. I keep looking at the numbers for playground equipment replacement citywide, and the number is just huge, over $12 million by my estimate. So I'd like us to look at in future years, trying to come up with a strategic plan to pick locations around town that would service larger areas so that we don't have to replace playground equipment in every single park. I just don't see how we can afford to do that. So just going forward, if we can keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I agree. I was talking to Jen, and I was amazed at how much it costs to replace a playground for the equipment in there. And the residential construction fund, the only reason we can use this is because it's very restricted. We can't use it for anything over 25 acres, so we couldn't use it on Mills Park. We'd have to use it on a small residential park. And she does have a few that are on her list that are like next to be replaced because there's safety issues. So we were able to move that 300 into here to get that project done under the rules of this funding for 2020. But I agree, I think that study should be done. So the infrastructure tax fund, kind of talked about this South Carson Street, this project for $795,000. That's gonna take 19 money as well, so if it's not spent, it'll be pushed into 20. In addition, I apologize for not adding this slide. The V&T sales tax, the infrastructure sales tax, we did a whole big, I believe it was November of last year, meeting and plan for the excess funds in this V&T. Initially, we're only allowed to pay debt, and that is it. However, we did a whole plan, and so $1.3 million of that V&T special infrastructure tax can be used for roads in 2020. So yeah, so we have a 8% tax that goes to the V&T infrastructure fund, and it was restricted to just pay those bonds. However, in 2014, we refunded those bonds, and so we've had a bunch of interest savings, and sales tax have been going up. So we're making more in that fund, but we're paying less. So we've had all this extra money accumulating since 2014, and we haven't been able to do anything with it because it's restricted to those bonds. But we did the plan in November, I believe it was approved, to spend that money. And we're specifically have to spend it on the Roop Street rehabilitation and the East Clearview Drive preservation project.
That former thing is music to my ears, and I hope Brad will pass that on to our friend from Maui he's going to meet with.
So, and we will, even spending that 1.3, we'll have a $550,000 end fund balance just in case sales taxes drop again. We'll have that reserve.
We shouldn't use those funds for the V&T station out here on the station that's in Carson City. Why wouldn't we use those funds? Because we already.
I think you already voted and changed the plan of those dollars, so.
The plan of expenditure.
Right.
And sent it over to the Department of Taxation.
Right.
So that we could
That's why,
spend it
that's
on
why the
road.
two specific projects are, we have to spend it on those two specific projects. They were in the plan.
Was that 1.3?
1.3.
Okay, so we can add it in the motion because it's not in our packet. Okay.
Yep. And the ambulance fund, because of Medicare funding, it has a little extra money in the ambulance fund, so they're just gonna do a little bit of vehicle replacement and some new defibrillators. However you say that. The stormwater utility fund. This fund needs little bit of equipment, and then they have a system maintenance program, and that's for the stormwater maintenance. It's not maintenance, it is capital, but it's for the stormwater system, fixing it or whatever. Darren can help you, or help us if needed. The wastewater utility fund, previously the sewer fund. These are the projects under there. They're all funded by reinvestment rates. There's no more debt required for these. And Darren is here if we have specific questions on these. Then there's the water utility fund, again, just reinvestment of rates to pay all of these. It's not, we're not bonding for any of this. The fleet fund, we're doing $62,000 in capital. And so the fleet fund only charges as much as it needs in its budget based on the radio equivalent unit or the vehicle equivalent unit. However, when actuals come in and they have savings, we don't give that money back. It just accumulates over a couple of years, and then they have money to pay for some of their own capital. So that's what we're doing here, is using some of those savings over years to pay for some capital. And then the 5-year plan is here. I wasn't planning on going into detail unless you have specific questions on it.
Is there a list somewhere of the vehicles that are in those? Oh, was that somewhere?
For it.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I have to read this?
I did have a question on Public Works. Darren, if you can come up. Can you just walk me through the maintenance shop for the landfill and equipment? You have items budgeted in 22, 23, and 24. What are those for, and why no requests now? I mean, are those planned out expenditures? Can you just walk us through what those are for?
Yes, Darren Schultz for the record. We have a really good plan. Rick Cooley is our landfill manager, so I'm going to let him talk about that.
So what we have is, it's Rick Cooley for the record. We have a plan going forward that we need to redo our household hazardous waste and also build a maintenance facility out there so that we're not rolling around in the mud, performing maintenance, doing some other items. So it's a long-term. Our immediate need is the scale house and the tipping facility. And then our long-term plan is to build that shop out there. Is that?
And that's, so you've got a total of just under $5 million. So that's under equipment. Is that for replacement of compactors?
Yeah, the equipment line item is that the 1.5 you see in 21 is a bulldozer. That's a single piece of equipment. And then going further out is, yes, compactors and other pieces of equipment as they come up.
Okay, and then I had a question on the infrastructure tax. So go 2 more pages. On South Carson, out in 22 and 23, it looks like we're planning on some improvements. I just want to make sure that those are not going to conflict with the corridor project. They're not going to have to be tearing anything up to do that work. Do you know what that work is for? There's $495,000 in 22 and $4 million in 23. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's US 50. That's the US 50 project.
I think
The
your
next
question was on
Three-
stormwater.
Okay, so we have $3 million for William Street. We got $4.5 million for also Highway 50.
Stormwater projects won't interfere, right?
So those are the 2 next corridor projects. One should be William Street, one should be North Carson. And that's approximately how much money we anticipate having after we would do our next bond for those 2 projects. So 3 and 4. And then the plan is that we would go and get grants to fund the rest of it, as one is a $8 million project, the other is a $10 million project.
Okay, thank you. And then the stormwater improvements that I thought I was looking at are on the next page. Under stormwater in 22 and 23, you have 100,000 and 450,000, and those are for South Carson Street.
Yeah, so that's additional stormwater work between Rhodes and Fairview. That's off the side of the improvements that we'll be doing now. So those can happen later. Now, having said that, we would like to make them part of this project. We just don't have any additional stormwater funding to do that. But over the next 12, 18 months, we're going to be looking for ways to encompass it all in.
And when you say on the side, does that mean it won't impact the road bed, but it might impact the multi-use path?
It's on the other side. It's actually on the west side of the road, yes. Yes.
I have a question in general, just because of what he was saying, those on the project there of the 100,000 and the 450. Do we ever do just an interfund loan? You know, because it's just a question. If they're going to be going and doing a project, it would make sense to me. You might even be able to save a small bit of scope chart of fees and just do an interfund loan from wastewater for the year or two, a short-term interfund loan, and do the project. I mean, it would make more sense to do that to me too. I just throw that out there. I
Yeah.
haven't ever really seen us approve interfund loans, but I'm not opposed to short-term 1 or 2 year
Yeah, we
interfund loans.
typically only do the loans at year end to make sure we have cash in each fund, but there's no reason we can't do that.
We'll look at it. Good idea. Good idea.
That's all I really had, other than if we do an interfund loan, we might have to charge interest. Just kidding.
Short term, short term.
Okay. I'm not certain I have a microphone. Can you hear me okay? All right, any other questions on capital improvement program?
What fund is the sales tax that we're going to do for roads? What fund is that for the V&T?
253.
253, thanks. You're not working either?
No, it's just not on. Oh, okay.
Are we okay on this? All right, let's, public comment on this project or this part of the budget? Anybody? Okay, I don't hear any motions in order.
Okay, let me do it.
Supervisor Bagwell, move.
I
Go.
think I got it. I move to approve the proposed Carson City Capital Improvement Program for fiscal years 2024 and direct staff to return to the board with the fiscal year 2020 Carson City final budget, incorporating the approved capital improvement program with the addition of Fund 253 for approximately $1.3 million for roads out of the V&T sales tax, to move from Fund 210, $300,000 for the playground to the residential construction tax fund, and $125,000 from 210 for the range to the quality of life fund for adoption at the next meeting scheduled for May 20th, 2019.
Good move. Motion by Supervisor Bagwell, a couple seconds by Supervisor Jomey and Supervisor Barrett on the motion. Discussion? Anybody want to discuss?
The mics are gone, but the computer's working now.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Well done. Good motion. Okay. Let's,
Item 23 you're going back to.
item 23, we're going to go back to. So,
Nancy. 23 that we missed earlier.
Oh, we're doing the board, okay. I was going to do a short legislative update, but if you'd like, I can move that to the next meeting.
oh, go ahead. Do what we got to do. Come on. Okay, everybody who's leaving, your budget's going to be reconsidered.
Yeah, I move for
I
reconsideration.
wouldn't, you know, it's like the legislature. I wouldn't move, I wouldn't leave the room until, you know,
The fat lady sings.
coming back.
Yeah. That was, yeah. Oh, that was good, Bob.
all right.
That was good.
All right, sorry, I thought we had to do redevelopment, but forgot
We're
that
going to
was
do this
different board.
first, then we'll do
Okay.
redevelopment.
Yeah.
'Cause we're going to adjourn the board after we do this.
All right, I just wanted to let you know that 276 bills have died so far.
How many?
276.
That's not enough.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Unfortunately. So, the NACO diesel tax, that received an amend and do pass. That the SB 281, that was where the counties that had the fuel tax indexing, where they would have to pay the retailer, that bill has died. NACO's election bill, we had voted to support that, but that bill has died also. Same-day voter registration, AB 345 and SB 123, both of these deal with the same-day voter registration. Both of these bills have received an amend and do pass. Ward voting, that was amended to just require Henderson to put it on their ballot question about whether or not they wanted to go to ward voting, so all the other counties aren't affected by that. That AB 388, the personal property tax on large equipment, that would have cost us about $100,000 annually in personal property tax. That bill has died. Prevailing wages, there's 4 different bills that have all received a due pass, some with amendments. That SB 340 was amended to define worker so that it now excludes the UPS driver and Home Depot driver. SB 111 reduces the ending fund balance that must be excluded for collective bargaining. That went from 25% down to 16.67, which is 2 months of expenditures, and that received an amend and due pass. Many of the workers' comp bills have died. AB 128, the VOC rehab bill, that originally proposed that you could receive VOC rehab for 24 months in every case. And now they've amended that to tier the plan to 24 months or 12 months or 24 months based on your percentage of permanent partial disability. That bill got an amend and due pass. SB 215, we were talking about earlier, that's the workers' comp cancer bill. Originally, it would have presumed that all cancers were work-related. Amendments have been made to make it a little more reasonable. They changed the amount of time that you're required to be on the job back to 5 years. The original bill was trying to change it from 5 to 2. So they're back at the 5 years, and it would not apply to all cancers. And you had the question, it's not retroactive, it's just would be prospective. And that got an amend and due pass. Marijuana bill, I believe this was the Nevada League of Cities. This would have allowed the Department of Taxation to issue additional licenses, but that bill is dead. I think everyone will be happy. AB 409, the marijuana consumption lounges bill is also dead.
I hear it's not coming back, too. I mean, it's really dead. That's what I hear.
Good. It's really dead.
Really dead. No, it's really dead.
Because we opposed it. Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Could
think
be.
they
I
said
don't know.
that since
But it's
Carson.
really dead.
AB 406, Carson City Airport bill, that was amended and due pass. And the last one I had was the AB 324 that would have created the Office of Nevada Statewide 911 Coordinator. That has also died. And that's all I had for this week.
What about the creation of the, what was the other one?
The planning.
Daily.
Well, there was the planning, but there was another one too that it created, it was a facilitator for the whole state.
Was that the 911 guy?
No, it wasn't the 911 one, it was, yeah, right,
Oh, that would have duplicated our audit stuff, the
right.
Inspector General.
Inspector General, correct.
Yeah, there's, one is still going, so.
And what about the planning, the 4-county planning?
That is still, that passed.
Can't we just use the group? Refer daily to
Right.
the group we heard from this morning. It's already a planning group.
Word that simple.
Yeah, it should be that simple, though.
I mean, he's breaking his pick on this a couple of times. That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to thank the board because when I snuck out that one day for lunch to help the young lady who went overseas, it's AB 282, went overseas as a Rotary Youth Exchange student, and the NIA, Nevada Interscholastic Athletic Association, said you could not, because you blew your 8 consecutive quarters or semesters, you can't play league soccer anymore. That bill passed unanimously out of the Assembly. It's now in the Senate. So thank you for giving me the time to get over there at lunch. Okay. Anybody else got anything?
I'd just like to say thank you to everybody on this board and the previous one before I got here. And the reason is some of the things we talked about today that go out into the future, like the asset management program. This is the first time I've watched government from this side or from the other side where things are happening that make me believe that we have a good group here, and I'm not just blowing smoke up your skirt.
Or the pants?
Whatever you're wearing.
Okay, all right. Well, before I say a few words here, I want to say thanks to the board. I mean, it's been a long afternoon, it's a long day, but that's what we get paid for. And, you know, the discussion we've had on the budget was very instrumental. We've got some things that we want to take care of for the next budget round. But I know that you guys over in finance, and that, you know, you've been working night and day on just not the budget, but a lot. And I know all of our department heads out there have been working, and all of our other elected officials. So just want to say thanks to the board, and thanks to our community, and thanks to our folks here in Carson City at the staff level here for doing a wonderful job for us. And, you know, we're days like this, you know, we argue about budget issues, but we all come together, and that's what's important, so that we have a fair and honest exchange of ideas. So with that said, let me, on a fair and exchange of ideas, let me say, would you come up a minute, Ms. Budge? Sit down there in the middle chair. So we get this from the Nevada Women's Organization. Woman of Achievement, Jennifer Burkhammer Budge. Jennifer Burkhammer Budge will be Nevada Women's Organization honoree of the Nevada Women's Fund. Salute to Women of Achievement. And she'll be awarded that on the luncheon on May 23rd, 2019. Congratulations to you. It's a big deal. Thanks. All right. And while we're talking about things, about right now, Mark Salinas in Reno is getting an award, an art award from the Nevada Humanities Association at the Nevada Museum of Art. And he knows that we're over here in the budget hearing. And also another entity, Carson City Arts Initiative, is also getting an award from the Nevada Humanities Association in Reno at the same meeting. Those both speak well of what we're doing in terms of art and culture in our community. It's a good deal. And, you know, you are a woman of distinction. Some people might say distinction different way, but, you know, I think from all of us, you got the clap. Congratulations to you. That's great. So you want to say anything?
She's beat red. It's like, no.
All right. Well, congratulations again, Jennifer. All right. Anything else to come?
Mayor, I just wanted to, since Ally's in the audience, to
Yep, Ally.
to congratulate her. I think it's the top 40
Yeah, Ally, come
powerful
up here.
women of the Sierra.
Come on
something
up
like
here,
that.
Ally.
But it just shows just what you talked about, just what, you know, amazing employees the city has. Just three just today.
One of Nevada's top 40 women of distinction and power. Was that what it is? Well, you know, you don't get to be in the top 40 of women in Nevada unless you're a front runner. And so our congratulations to you as well for representing not only yourself in a very capable way, but representing our community. So clap for, there we are. All right.
I wanted to know how the new baby was.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the best part.
All right. Did I overlook anybody getting other awards? Anybody? Okay, all right. I think that's it on announcements, I think. Anybody else got anything? Okay, are we ready? We're going to adjourn then, unless there's an objection, we'll adjourn. Huh? Oh, I do it, public comment here, that's right. Any concluding public comment on the Board of Supervisors? Anybody? Thanks, Dan. I think they're all home eating dinner.
They'd all be gone if you hadn't said what you said about redoing the budget.
So just a word to the wise, man. Okay, all right. Unless there's an objection, the Board of Supervisors will stand adjourned, and we'll turn the gavel over to the Redevelopment Authority, which will start now. All right.
Okay, I call the meeting of the Redevelopment Authority to order at 6:52 and let the record reflect that.
5:52.
I mean, 5. See, we're all tired. Oh, boy. That we're all present. We'll start with opening public comment for the Redevelopment Authority. Seeing none, we'll move on to approval of the minutes of March 21st, 2019. Has everyone had a chance to read them? Do we have any corrections? I'll take a motion.
I move we approve the minutes of March 21st. 2019.
I'll second, however, there is an error at the top of page 1. The day of the date is missing. So with that, at least on mine, unless I'm
March
missing something.
21, 2019. The header's right, just the,
Yeah, it's missing in the context, so with that correction, I'll second it.
okay, I have a motion to approve as corrected. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to item 30A. It's discussion and possible action on the proposed Carson City Redevelopment Authority FY20, oh boy, tentative budget and capital improvement program. Ms. Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, I'm Sherry Russell, CFO, and we'll be going through the Redevelopment Authority fiscal year 2020 tentative budget and capital improvement plan. So this slide just shows the few changes that we made, some of the assumptions. There's a different assessed valuation for redevelopment. The property tax was estimated to be a 4% increase for that fund, or for this budget. And then personnel increases are just merits. There's a little increase there. And then the rest of the expenses were budgeted based on the direction Lee gave us from the redevelopment, or the RAC. So this is all three funds of the redevelopment combined. It's just an overview of all funds. We're going to talk about the capital outlay, the $1,066,794, along with this presentation, so I wanted to point that out. Again, this is just a high level, so we'll get more into the details on the next slide. This slide breaks out the two different districts in the redevelopment. So 55% of the funding should go to the downtown and 45% should go to the South Carson. We always take a look at this every year just to see which district is subsidizing the other, so we can try to keep it pretty even from year to year. And I did break it out into two slides. The fonts were getting way too small, trying to condense it all on one slide. So on the next slide, you see the 220,351. It's about a little more than halfway down the page. So that's what's subsidizing. District 2 is subsidizing District 1 by that amount. Now, I suspect with the South Carson Street project, this will be flipped next year, just because we're doing more in that district. So we do tend to, it's never zero. One district is always seems to be subsidizing another, but we do watch that to try to keep it fair. All right, so this is the 5-year plan.
Excuse me,
Oh,
do
yep.
we keep a running scorecard, just out of curiosity?
I don't keep a running scorecard. I'm not sure if Lee does. No. Okay, well, I can go back several years and see what the running scorecard is.
Might be interesting just to see,
Okay.
just to make sure we're not,
Sure. So this is a 5-year. As you can see, the debt service pays off in 2021 on this first slide. And then the last Michael Hole payment is in fiscal year 2020 for $58,016, and that's a transfer from RDA to the general fund of the Carson City. That is the last payment of quite a large incentive that was paid out of the general fund that the RDA is paying back to them.
Sherry, can you tell me why the property taxes would go down in fiscal year 21 over 20?
I don't see them going down.
So now you want me to read?
Sorry. It's late. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. It's okay. And so on the second page of this slide, again, this was getting too small, so I split it into two slides. I have the capital broken out of that $1 million figure I was talking about. That's the orange on this slide to the different projects. And then the yellow is that long-term traffic circulation, that 80 grand. That's I think what Lucia was indicating earlier might be cheaper because we're using our internal staff. So on this, I wanted to point out also ending fund balance, we always keep about 200,000 in reserve on this fund.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes,
Gonna have to
No
clarify
problem.
something. I need to make sure.
no problem.
We're gonna hire a traffic person. Are you indicating that we won't use the money out of here, or that this money will go pay our other fund for the traffic person to do it? Or you're not indicating either? I don't want to pass over this.
Lucia Maloney, Transportation Manager. This study is something that we feel is needed. It's not looking necessarily at the current South Carson project, but it's taking that forward step and saying after the South Carson project, that scenario, what sort of business access improvements might we need to consider? Looking at signals on the cross streets to South Carson and the parallel streets of Silver Sage and Curry. Are there any improvements that we need there? If we have a traffic engineer on staff, much of these analyses can be conducted internally. That said, when we read the redevelopment plan, there's a section specifically in there for traffic circulation. And so if there was the opportunity in the future to keep this door open for using redevelopment authority money for traffic improvements, that's something that I would request of this body. If the money is not approved, we will make it work, of course, but we would still request this money for the study.
I
I
guess
what
I'm trying to
was-
kind of go a little different here.
I think what I was saying is it would be less. It would potentially be less if we're using our own staff.
But
as
that's
opposed
what
to
I'm trying to
having
get to. Did you still want an a vendor to do this, a contractor? Or can we use this 80,000 to bill as a billable? I want to use it as a billable. So I want to make clear that this isn't going to be a vendor. We'll make it a billable against the other action with the traffic.
If we could use staff time and specifically the new transportation engineer and possibly some transportation planner time, it would cut down, I think, certainly the financial need for this. I would still request the option if we needed to pay our traffic engineering firm. If there was flexibility there, I'd appreciate it.
I think I can live with that, but I'd like to put on there, it's an opportunity to bill this. Okay, thank you.
All right. So as I said, the ending fund balance is always 200,000. So whatever's remaining, I put in undesignated. So as you can see in 2024, we've got quite a large undesignated balance.
School district.
Yeah. And then that's all I really had. Just another reminder that we'll be doing the same thing with RDA on May 20th at 8 o'clock. We'll be approving the final budget here in this room.
Anyone have a, Mr. Mayor?
Just a question. Do we have anywhere in any of the budgets signage for downtown to point people to where parking is?
That would be Public Works, I think, or Lee's coming up. Maybe he's got an idea.
I haven't had a chance to speak at the budget, so I thought I'd come up. No, community.
All right, now. With it.
Are you happy to be here too?
Happy to be here. Just happy to be here, yes. So we've had this, I think this, generally the layout and this budget, we've obviously had this discussion, bringing it to the Citizens Committee for recommendations, and these allocations have come to you. So you've had some discussion on this before, but regarding signage, parking signs, so we have some funds in there for this signage that became the gateway feature, but that's not directional signage. And the direct answer is no, there's not a specific line item in here for those types of improvements for parking signs. But I think that's something that we can work with. For one thing, there's funds in here for the parking study. That's in the capital improvements budget. And that's going to identify where the parking is and coming up with a plan as to where those go. I don't think it's left our radar that there may not be a parking problem if people knew where the parking was. I think we're very aware of that. So I think we're working with Public Works as the Curry Street project's getting finished up and they're still putting up signs and things. That's something we can discuss to make it easier to find the public parking lots, and working with the property owners that have the parking lots to identify which ones are going to be public to put those signs up.
And soon we'll have a sign-making machine, so we can make any signs we want, right?
30,000. Anyone else?
Lee, before you leave? This is kind of budget related in a sense, long-term. During our RAC meetings, we've had some brief discussion about eventually changing districts, or not changing, but going north or et cetera. Could you have you looked into that as something? I think Citizen Hanneman had brought that up. Right now, we're not obviously going to change them.
Yeah, no, we haven't explored expanding, and I think that's a large discussion. I even heard some discussion earlier as we're talking about the bills and the impacts to other taxing agencies. Obviously, that's expanding redevelopment to other areas has impacts on the revenues of certain taxing entities. So I think that's a bigger discussion that needs to be had at the.
Oh, certainly. I just wanted to alert everybody up here that it's been put on the table.
Just in general too, I notice Epic Rides is completed in fiscal year 20. And so there are no further plans to go back into another contract, or do we know what's happening with the Epic Rides contract?
I'm looking around to see if anybody.
Heard nothing?
I don't know if they've discussed that at GTEM.
Yeah, it was a 3-year or a 5-year deal, and so we're coming up on the last one. But as far as we can tell, they're very happy, and I would expect that after this race in June, the end of June, that they'll want to start talking about again, but nothing formal.
I'm just suggesting I'd like further discussion before we participate maybe at this level.
Understood.
So that we see the whole picture with the CTA and everything. Thank you. Does anyone else have any further questions on this? Any public comment on the redevelopment budgets? We wore them all out for the day. Okay, then I'll accept a motion.
I'll throw a motion your way then. I move to approve the proposed Carson City Redevelopment Authority fiscal year 2020 tentative budget and capital improvement program, and direct staff to return to the board with a final budget for adoption at the public meeting scheduled for May 20, 2019.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have discussion? Oh, this is going to get really easy. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I know you're all dying out there to come on up, so can I have any final public comment? Gee, it's just not happening. Okay. If there's no objection, then we will adjourn the redevelopment authority. Seeing no objection, we're adjourned. Thank you.